All right. Hello. Welcome back. I haven't played this in a couple weeks, actually. We were working on city. It was 7, all the different species, all separated with their own cities. I only have 6 of them right now. Cantoria is going to be here. But we built a little city for each city, as is tradition at the start of my videos. I've got to click a couple of buttons here for a second. And I'm not going to open a monitor window tonight, so nothing's going to kick in. Man, I'm having... having some PC issues I cannot figure out. I have 1000 megabyte per second internet. If I go on Ookla or any speed test, I can reliably... I actually have 1.5 gigabytes, but my modem only does 1000. So I can reliably get 1000 up, 1000. I could run a speed test on stream right now, and it would show 1000 up and 1000 down. And the stream won't lag because I have 1.5 gigabyte per second internet. If I go to google.com and Google speed test, they have a native built speed test. That's basically your connection to Google's servers. I get 1000 down and 20 megabytes a second up.
Referring to
hey,
internet speed test.
I didn't ask you to start talking.
Browser.
Wow. And there, look, they're listening because I used the word. It's a browser-based speed test, but yes, so that one I only hit 20. Now I'm above that right now. That's why I'm watching the side screen. Yeah, and there, just lagged a tiny bit. So if you are watching the VOD, you can probably fast forward a few minutes. And if you know what you're doing, help. I even called my ISP today for a second time. That's my Discord. For the week, until that changes too, because I don't know how to make that permanent either. No, it's the weirdest thing. And it's not consistent either. As of right now, I've dropped 324 frames, and it'll stay like that for like 3 minutes, and then bang, just drop 80 frames at once. There, it just dropped a second. I look over, and yeah, it dropped a second on the other stream. Output, turn that down. That's just under 20. Might refresh the stream for anyone trying to watch. And wrecked my control panels in OBS. Fantastic. Sorry guys, normally I'm paying slightly more attention. Yes, normally now I somehow have my stream playing in a second window in OBS. Didn't even know I could do. But yeah, the city's actually going good. And since I turned it down, it hasn't dropped another frame. wonder if the game flickers like that when I'm clicking on and off. I did all this offline too, but it doesn't always reflect online. Like I can connect to Dead Air and I can stream privately. But it doesn't translate directly. Actually did break the YouTube Live control panel. It's a full-on Chrome window now, which I don't want running. OBS. I just spent a lot of time getting everything out of the OBS. Anyways. Alright, so, city review. Sorry about that extended intro of me messing with stuff. It's the weirdest thing, man. It's like there's a freaking wall built at 20 megabytes a second between me and Google servers when I'm live. When I'm not live, I can stream to YouTube at 40 megabytes a second. Their test server or to a private stream. And then the second I go live, it's like a wall set up at 20 megabytes. Now I'm using HEVC, if that's how you're supposed to say it, which is more efficient than H.264 for YouTube. So 24 megabytes is plenty. It's just I'm paying for 1,000, and the limit is 50. 40 works when I'm not online, and then the second I'm live, there's this freaking wall at 20. I don't know. Do not know. I have exhausted my ISP's tech support and all of the AI's free comments for the entire last week. ChatGPT, I think, gave me the most help, but it lies a lot. Claude was the most honest. Like, man, on day 2 of messaging with ChatGPT, it's like, would you like me to read the rest of the OBS log I told you I read yesterday? Yes, why'd you tell me you read it? I don't know, I just lied a lot. Had a frustrating few days. Anyways, it's stable now at 19 megabytes a second. 20 lags. I don't understand it. I even tried running OBS and whatever's on my screen. Like, not process last two, but Core Affinity, taking them and putting one on half the CPU and the other on the other half. The only thing I haven't done so far, which was the last suggestion, if anyone's listening who understands this, ChatGPT told me to find out where my NIC adapter was and give it its own core for a test. Using PowerShell? See, I don't even know. I'll be doing that tomorrow too. I don't know. I'm following all of the steps. And I went to my buddy's house with my computer, who has the same internet package as me, and I had 400 megabytes to Google. Sometimes. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know what's doing it. Anyways, talking out loud. Maybe I'll learn to edit to remove that. All right. What we have going on here, we have Talapi Town. Everybody just does what they like to do. It's giving me a little boost of happiness. So they like to farm Aurochs. and apples and hunt. So the hunters are here somewhere. There they are. And then my Talapi's just all live up here in Talapi Town. And then down here we have Cretonia, and they like to farm and they like to make bread and clothing. So that's what they're doing. And then down here we have Immediate Atlantis, and they like to dig in the clay and fish, make pottery. So that's what they're doing. And then we have the Garthemes, and they like to farm Baltic crawlers and mine. So the mines are here. And then we have Dondorians, and they like to work with metal and wood. And they don't hate mining, so they're doing the iron mining. And then we have the humans, who like to do science and trade. I was thinking about moving this down here. I'm not sure, though. I think it's going to end up looking crowded no matter where we put it. And then anywhere where I had to turn up the warehouses, they would have hit each other. We built walls. It's the wrong warehouse. It's the food warehouse I had to turn up. So I built walls so that this food warehouse doesn't hit these fields, and vice versa. His food warehouse doesn't hit the fish. So then all of the fish, for instance, come from here and go on these carts and get shuffled around. And all of the clay comes from here. And all of the pottery comes from here. And actually probably put one here. This is our pottery. We were low. I remember that. Not anymore. Everything's running really well, actually. So yeah, everything's moved around. Well, we have a lot of tax now, to be fair. We own a lot of separated provinces because my neighbors were too big to attack, so I went and took free cities, and it seems like nobody can attack them, and my neighbors like me. Seems kind of broken. I don't know how much of a penalty there is for it. Must have just taken this. Neat. Yeah, I guess we just took 2 new cities. That are actually connected to us? Oh yeah, that was so that we could get new trade partners. We only had the one trade partner. Our city got blocked in. Like Purple, who is massive. He just like took over the world. I hope he collapses at some point. We have a bunch of good cities, actually. We have a... healthy tax income, Scythalon, eggs. I went pretty hard into the Scythalon, even though we're not really using it yet. Because we're gonna have to convert everybody to... trying to find the button so I can explain it visually as well. Atherism, because we're gonna have Cantors as our 7th species. And they require your nation to be 60% tourist. Ah, the statues. 20% super hard. And it kind of blows with this setup, actually, because some people just don't like statues, and it doesn't make sense for me to put them in Cretonia. It is not finished, Dignus. I am having PC issues. So I went to a game that I know works for a day. I just talked about it at length, though, for like 5 minutes at the start of the stream. It was actually 6 minutes and 30 seconds. I looked. That's how long I ranted about my PC issues. So I'm playing something that I know I can run perfectly. For today. Yeah, friggin', I'm capped to YouTube at 20 megabytes a second, to Google, even google.com. If I type speed test into Google and just hit their run speed test that runs natively, I get 900 down and 20 megabytes up. If I go to Ookla, I get 1,000, like I should. If I go to any other speed test, I get 1,000. If I go to Google's webpage, I get 20 megabytes a second up, and it feels like it too. And then in OBS, it's like there's a wall there. But when I'm testing not live, I can stream at 40 megabytes a second. Like if I start a private stream, it's 40 megabytes. It's fine. And then I go live, and if I turn it over 20, it just starts dropping frames. And I've tested streaming a black screen, so no game running or anything, and it's doing the same thing. So I changed a whole ton of settings, and I've actually changed a few settings while live this stream. But Oxygen Not Included seems to exasperate the issue a bit. So did Workers and Resources, actually. Here's one of my carts using to distribute the meat. So that's a tilapia coming from Tilapia Town. It's such a weird issue, I can't figure it out. On the phone with my ISP, I've replaced my modem and router and... oh man. So taking it easy today. Now I think I'm onto something with it, because Oxygen Did Not Include It does have like bad CPU spikes where the whole game lags, and that's what really seems to exasperate it. Workers and Resources has tiny ones, especially with the autosaves. That's like a second and a half on the late city. This game with the super screenshots and stuff might do it actually. No, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So I've just been troubleshooting some stuff. I learned a lot, though. So there's that, you know? Went into parts of my computer I haven't touched before. No, I'm actually really enjoying Oxygen Not Included. Trying to think about what we were doing next year. I just took 2 cities. We're not at war. Do we have mercenaries or an army or anything? Don't even have an army. Ryzen 5700G. Not the greatest. Not the worst, though. And the APU is not hooked up. My motherboard doesn't have a slot for it. It is an HP pre-built. Now, so ChatGPT was onto something. So OBS reads it as drop frames network, not rendering lag or anything. My GPU is not the issue. I've determined seems to think it's something with CPU scheduling. Now, I took the Core Affinity tool and Task Manager and separated Oxygen Not Included from OBS, and I still hit the wall. But even with this, right now, if I turn my bitrate above 20 megabytes a second, it starts lagging. On YouTube, not on Twitch, because that's capped at 7.5. I have no problem with Twitch. Now, I don't really need it either, is the thing. I'm streaming with HEVC to YouTube, so 18 megabytes is what it's at now, or 19, I think I said it too. Yeah, it's at 19, which is more than enough for especially the games I play. I don't play shooters or anything fast-paced that really needs tons of data. But the point is, I have 1,000 megabyte a second internet. Why isn't it working? Why does it work in the test environment and not live? So there's something with the CPU scheduling, I think now. But so here's the other thing. If I run an internet test, I don't know if I'm just going to repeat myself 1,000 times if I keep ranting about this. Yeah, if I run an internet test on Google's homepage, I only get 20 megabytes up, which seems to be my cap, and Google owns YouTube. But if I run it on Ookla or any other site, I get 1,000. But right on Google's homepage, and that seems to be the throttle I'm hitting. Now, after replacing my router and talking with my ISP, that number has increased to 40, which I can stream at now. Privately. Not when actually live. I don't understand it. But it's still not good. And my friend who lives down the road with the same internet package as me, I can get higher at his house. I don't know. The whole thing is baffling me. None of it's consistent either. It's not like if I turned it up to 40 megabytes a second, I'd start losing 30 frames out of every 60. It'll stream like 500 frames fine and then skip 200. Anyway, I'm gonna start playing the game. I've actually been doing that all week. We have 58 knowledge. Are these unlocked? Because we are going to need them. Yeah. These are really good. Spoilage and maintenance. They're really expensive to get to because you have to unlock the basements and upstairs, which I think are overpriced. I don't think they're worth it, especially because I'm playing with the large map mod. Definitely not worth it. This would net us a bunch of money. I could put more tax collectors stuff around the world because we do have a big world map now. We don't really have much. How's the workforce? Negative. Man, this music. That's what I needed. I needed to chill a bit. I'm actually pretty stressed out over it. I think it's a combination issue. I think there's something going on with the connection between my house and YouTube somewhere. And I think my CPU is getting maxed out. So I didn't actually bring my whole computer there. I tested with my phone on both, and my phone works better at his house. But we have the same hardware. It's the same modem. Like, we both use our ISP's modem. There's only 2 ISPs here, and only one of them has fiber up, and we both use it. Yeah, I don't know. It's baffling now. I mean, they answer the phone quickly. And they are helping, so. But I actually think I might be maxing out the processor. I've been looking at other ones, but. Somebody commented the name of this song on my YouTube short. Apparently I had it, well, I don't have it incorrect. I always link the artist and song I use, so I linked her YouTube video. It's just what she's saying at the start of every line. Anyways, I went and listened to a live version of it, some band. It was really nice. Well, that's it. I do always have a core maxed out. Like, there you go. You know what I mean? This is how fast the game's running. And that's clicking off one of my core speeds. I could open, I could show you the core speed, but it's not lagging because I'm under 20 megabytes a second. I turn it above 20 megabytes a second, it lags. Well, it just doesn't appear in the top left. This doesn't actually spool up my processor that hard. It'll go up to 4650. Look how little power my computer's. It's not even using 100 watts right now. I also turned up my minimum processor state. It was at 5%. I tried setting that to 90%. That didn't help. I have a Noctua cooler on it, so it doesn't get hot. I overclocked it to 4750 megahertz using Ryzen Master, and then ran Cinebench All-Core, and it only hit like 71 degrees. And it was drawing 85 watts, and it's supposed to max at 65. I was actually surprised. This game actually runs really well when you're not maxing your cores out. Anyways, I turned that back down. I only turned it back down to 10% though. I figured I'd never leave my computer on anyways. Unless I'm leaving this game running on a late game city. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's the weirdest thing. So, and for looking at hardware, I replaced it. I replaced my modem with a new one. I've already done that part. So it's the same one, and I mean, it's still 10 years old. I swapped that piece out, and it didn't change anything. Now, they do have a newer, better modem. But, like, it's just got Wi-Fi 6E and stuff. You know, this one does. And it's got the higher ports on it. This one's ports max out at 1,000, which is what I get on, like, Ookla. I do not need 1,000. You know what I mean? I don't need more than 1,000. I don't even use the Wi-Fi on it. I have my own Wi-Fi network. I've completely disconnected this computer from the Wi-Fi now. I tried bridging it to see if it would help. It did not. That did not help at all. That was way worse. Why is this all dirt? Is that what the Amoeba is like? So every city, I should probably talk about the game a little bit. Every city is designed specifically for the people too. I talked about earlier how they all work the jobs they like Amoebias like to play in clay, make pottery, and fish. So that's all the work they have. That's all they do. And I have that set in the work priorities. And all you do is click on the person and click on love. If you click on this, they'll just naturally do the jobs they love. If you click on this, they'll naturally do the jobs they're good at. So I've clicked on love for everybody. And then I just put the jobs they like near them. And then I have used the segregate tool a bit, but it's more of a suggestion. Yeah, it's something with CPU spikes. And it spikes. It's not a consistent max out. There's something spiking. I mean, I've unplugged the HDD. I haven't even plugged that back in since, man. I completely reinstalled OBS. Redid all of that. Removed stream elements. So it's just OBS. The only extension I have is the multi-output one that lets me stream to Twitch and YouTube. Well, and a few browser sources, I mean. typed it in the wrong chat because I moved everything around. There we go. No, yeah, something's maxing out and tripping. Now, when it happens, it's not the end of the world. It's dropping like 30, it'll drop like 30 frames at a time. Which ChatGPT has told me is 5 schedules. Apparently OBS sends frames in batches of 6 to YouTube. So it's dropping 30 at a time. It's missing more than one scheduled rotation or something. When it gets mixed up between YouTube and Twitch a lot, and I don't know if I trust it, because YouTube's like 20 seconds behind Twitch, and I don't know why they need the frames that often. They have that much lag built in. Whereas Twitch is live. I have no time to take anything back. But yeah, so even the roads are customized to them. Was the end of that. Sorry, I keep going off on the tangent. It's right on my mind. It's like these people have mud walls and dirt roads. And these people have cobblestone roads and wood houses. And the humans have paved roads and stone houses. All shaped to their liking. Humans don't care about shape. These people like round, which is blue. Same with them. Amoebia's like square. These guys like round, which I thought was weird because they live in caves. Dondorians like square. Yeah, the only real downside of the processor I have is it's like the reverse of an X3D chip. Where instead of a 32 megabyte cache, it has a 16 megabyte cache. But its F-clock is much higher, which is why my RAM's at 37, 33 megahertz, and it's still at 1-to-1 coupled mode. So I do have that turned up. Can actually run, apparently, which I've learned this week, up to 4800 megahertz DDR4 and stay in coupled mode. And the 5700 X3D drops it at 3600. But it has 8 times the L3 cache I would. I don't know what any of that really does. Or if it's even related to my issue. I'm just repeating things I've learned now that I don't actually know what they are, like a parrot. This is cool though, using the transporters to get between the cities. I think we're trying to keep all the populations within a 2-to-1 ratio of each other too. Like we have humans waiting to move in, but I'm trying to get the Talapis closer to 1,000 before I let more in. It's actually kind of hard to keep them all happy because the Talapis want me to behave the exact opposite of what I'm doing. They want me to like cannibalize everybody and murder and be evil. And we're being kind of righteous because everybody else kind of likes that more. This is our export depot. It's where trade and stuff comes in. It's currently fall or winter, so it's not as exciting. Did you see that guy wear his path in the snow before he walked on it? The weather has been unusually pleasant. It's winter. The trade tolls have decreased due to the ease of travel, and your subjects are happier. Sweet. That'll fix our population a bit. Everyone else is at 1,000. We are short on workers. I really should let these guys in. Especially now that we have this super boost. What are we short on? What's our first? Warehouses. And we actually, so last game by this time, I probably would have had closer to 600 or 1,000 warehouse workers. Now we do still have that many, right? Because we have the load, we have 350. We have more loading and unloading people than we do warehouse workers. Because every city moves everything between them. But my warehouses are much leaner this game. Now I use them to lean on for workforce deficits, so we have much less wiggle room. New loading station. You there? Load shed. Right off the shelves. I found this. I think this is more efficient. Loading it right off the shelves. Piba. Rather than having them take it to the warehouse first. All my initial setups bring it to the warehouse first. Then we load from the warehouse. That's an extra step. I think if you take it right off the shelves, it might be better. But then this warehouse won't get any. So this warehouse is still grabbing it. I assume these are the 4 buildings. Piba Shedda. That just automates the workforce for the building. And now... Ooh, and a new science room. How many workers did I think we had? I suspended that second one. I want to watch the Piba Shedda. Who's making the booze? Where was I just? Oh, here it is. So now the world should get booze. If it's set up. Is it set up? It is not set up. Okay, so. Unloading in Amebia Town. 2 buckets, which allows 2 carts to come at a time, each with booze. That's what we're gonna start. Crotonians make the booze. They already have it, so we don't need it. Dondorians. Booze. Garthemes. Booze. The middle. Should probably say humans. Ooh. Ooh. The middle doesn't produce anything. So it's receiving the most. It's hard to see. I don't know if I like this UI very much. It's hard to tell what all I have selected. Oh, we have a separate unloading for ration and paper. Right, because they need to receive tools and stones. Chairs are a higher frequency. Two for the fish, 2 for the meat, yeah. Unloading rations at the top. I can get 1 back there. Stone is kind of slow too. The animals have 2 because we're exporting them. Same with the coal, but coal comes mostly from trade now. I want 1 more point somewhere. Right, because booze you go through quickly. I want 2 each for booze. Apples come mostly from trade too. Although it's nice. Clay. Clay is low throughput. Oh no, it's for science. It's for science. So are skins. We don't make clothes here. That's just for the hospitals. So now each of these can receive 2 carts. This is just for rations and paper. I put all my administrators here, libraries here. Those are the buildings that consume paper. And then the Dondorians make the paper close by, actually, but it's shipped from here straight to here. The rations get accepted here, too. We have 119,000 rations built up. And then the Talavi, finally, can have booze. Everyone else has less receiving because they all make something, right? They don't need to receive oranges or leather or animal boxes. You know, these guys don't, or meat. These guys don't need meat or animal boxes or coal. Okay, now that's set up. And now they should load up these 4 carts and distribute the booze around the world. Did I miss one? It's nighttime. They're not gonna finish. Oh, nice. That is a weird path. What's he delivering? I think that's the other booze that I missed. Yep, look, so they've already gotten 700 PV here, Shetta. These numbers should start going up because my warehouses will naturally grab from the unloading stations near them. %, happiness. This should be going up way faster. Actually, look. This was at minus 150 last time I glanced at it. Now, the problem with these is he's only at 60% happiness right now. Do you know what I mean? He's got the plus 30 bonus, so when this ends, you can end up in a lot of trouble. Garthemi, 770. 3, 6, 750. Garthemis get a bonus from being trained, so I'm making them all become my soldiers. Dondorians do too, actually. I'm not training them quite as hard. Only because I want... looks like I am, actually. Sure. 3, 6. Got 750 human troops, too. Now, Cretonians are pacifists. They don't really care. Humans don't care about being trained either. They want to physically fight, is what they get the bonus for. Whoops. Am I composing something beautiful? I'm trying, Lyrian. I'm trying. A beautiful symphony of carts. A carted delivery world. Look at them! Look at them all! Boom! Down there, we passed like 5. These guys are all carrying 400 goods. Bet you that's carts too. into Ugly Town. People hate it in here. This is where the Garthemis live, with all the humidifiers. Forget the word for that. There's a word for how that looks. People hate it. Man. Do without it. Fungus roads. These got nerfed apparently. These are really bad, my Belter crawlers. I'm only getting 600 meat from them. 600 meat, and there's 100 people working at them. I wonder if I forgot to give them any tech points. Yeah, they're not leveled up. Well, I just have basic herding. I haven't leveled this either. Oh, it's at level 8. I need 1,000 Garthemis before I can start doing that one. Interesting. What are the important ones? Already got the carpenter upgraded. That's tools. We're not doing tools yet. Base pottery. Ration makers are really good. And base this. These are just cheap. We just built a new science building. I paused another one too. No, we're already maxed out on this. Which is good. I'm not exporting any finished goods. We actually have a good bit of money. I'm not trying to get too rich. Even though my army's so big, nobody would attack us. This is almost balanced. I think I'm going to let some humans in before this ends. So their happiness scales off, like, your total population, right? That's why I'm not letting them in yet. I want more of the people I have less of to join. Now they're all at 100%. Except for them. They're not going to be happy when this ends. Why? I don't know why this isn't full. I think I might need more tinier markets around. Look at that, the one in Dondoria is just sacked. But it has everything. Like, they make the chairs, you know? Laid out canal, never turned on. Positive workforce again, which is nice. And apparently before we logged off, we took a few new places on the world map. So this one looks like it's going to level up. Same with this one. Vegetables, fish, fruits, clay. And I remember we went through all this. We put the level 2 schools and level 1 tax collectors and the top level work gear stations everywhere and a few secret police, so everybody's happy. And so the secret police boost your global happiness. They boost the happiness in every city. So you'll notice I've taken out all my theaters and stuff because I don't need them anymore. You need them once you go over tier 4 or 5. But even just the tier 2 secret police. And then cities that are smaller, like tier 3, they're so happy because I have 4 of these, or however many you're allowed to have. I think it's 4. That I can just crank the tax up. Bang. which isn't that much money. You know, it's 600 bucks a day, but times 50 cities, 33,000. No, it's, yeah, 33.7. Pretty consistent. That was fast. One eye. You are too soft on our enemies. Yeah, see, so some of the races really want you be like eviler. We should have executions. Manage the law. I'm doing mostly prison. So if you imprison them, they get back out. And they become workers. Although the executions would boost happiness. Keep that in mind. Do Dondorians like executions? Oh, they're perfectly satisfied with the number. The Talapis just want a lot of executions. Did they not have an execution station? No, they have one. Yeah, man, do your thing if you want. No, the prison is here. One out of 112. The other 14 would be in scaffolds. Which I placed a lot of. In the towns where people like them. Not everybody likes scaffolds. "27 homeless Dondorians. They don't live in Dondoria." What? Okay, well, there shouldn't be Dondorians here, but I can see they're being homeless. Nah, these are empty. No good path. Shouldn't be Dondorians there. They could be in the barracks. So this is just colors. Blue is somebody works here and has a home. Dark blue is fully occupied home. White is unoccupied home, or very little apparently. There's one person in this one. And then yellow is I work here, but I don't have a home. So I have bakers. Dondorian bakers. I don't have enough jobs for my Dondorians. They'll get pulled out to the paper makers soon. I think the Gratonians get pushed out to service jobs. Now my housing isn't segregated yet, I don't think. No. So, no matter who worked there, they would be homeless. That's round, isn't it? Yeah. See, they have food here and food here. Could just put more homes inside this one. They need another stage. Find if you put things inside, their range gets nerfed really heavily. Otherwise, this is a great place for this. Try it with that. I want it close enough to the food that they eat and get the entertainment, but I want to put another well and hearth beside this, but I also want to get the housing that I need right here. And we're going to need statues, even though Kryptonians, I don't think they like statues. They might, actually. Some light. Yeah, it looks like they like trees and gardens. Really easy to redo things in this game. These are benches. This will make them sit here when they want to idle, so then they'll be sitting in the auras of everything. This thing's kind of ridiculous, but... no. They also like round, and the game sees diagonal as round. This is a major road. This is where all the bread for the entire world comes from. Feel like it's in here. That fit? I think we do that. Wooden houses. Actually do have a canal here, irrigating their fields. That's kind of more of a make work project though, I think. How much veggies are we actually getting from them? 160 a day as opposed to 22.54 from our tax. Two days left. Man, these guys come in so slow. Decent event though. Total plus 26, plus 45, plus 48, plus 48, plus 103. Net. Apparently my shed consumption is bad. But they've got all the factories empty. The factories are supplied very close by. Feel like that's probably a road. I don't have any maintenance here in the middle yet. I'm actually really liking the carts. They're definitely more efficient for this use case, where I have separate cities separated by large tracts of empty land. I don't know if they'd actually be better if everyone was living together. Who's this? Dondoria? They also like this type of road. That must be there for a reason. I bet you there's no maintenance up there. There are no stations that can accept the selected resource. That's a weird error. That's kind of lying. It's not lying because there are no stations that can accept the selected resource. That's because they're full. It's not because I don't have any set up. It's because we're just full. Full of furniture too. Which, that's been a while. That's just for guard posts. This was too far from him. This warehouse? It was this warehouse. This warehouse? Leather? This warehouse. That was too far from him. I had to put one in the back. Now, we could start exporting those clothes. Export. That's a lie now. Exports now here. Are they all? See? Yeah. There's a bit of local export. Animal boxes spoil quickly, so I kind of export them on the spot. Midsummer's when the action starts happening. Taxes start rolling in. Here's an example of where the carts work really well. I have this ration maker over in Cretonia. It's pretty big. 63 workers in it. This guy loads the rations. Right? That's all, the whole interaction. I think the warehouse here has about one box for them. Don't know why that's a Talapi. But then this Talapi runs the rations to this. I'm still locked. Let's just go with her. Those are traders bringing me fish. Couldn't get warehouses to hit this one without overlapping well. I didn't want the human warehouse to pick up the fish because they're not supposed to. And I couldn't get the Talapi warehouse to hit it without going by Cretonia. This is where we initially settled. I built these fisheries. They're still working it, but I'm not picking up the fish anymore. Anyways, she's bringing the rations to here. And we have to bring the paper here now. But just that one cart worker, like this has 39,000. And then I have one worker in here pulling from it. This is locked to one worker. And he pulls from here. And this one's full. 52,000. Then I have one worker. Well, this one I just built. I can turn this one down now too. Then this one won't empty as fast. I gotta get some out of here. So these two aren't allowed to pick up off the ground. Just slowly shuffling them this way. Eventually they'll both be on one worker. This is for extra gems, Sithalon, and the paper. We were just full, and I built this. for rations and then swapped it to paper. So I forgot about the administrators again. How is that going? They're pretty close to max. Need more paper. The tools ones are actually pretty cheap to get through. Get to the next one. We can build more paper makers. I was just noticing we needed more Dondorian jobs anyways. Wood, paper, loading stations. Housing, food. Yeah, I think it just stays here. These are just barracks. Anyone can live here. It's just for people who are currently training. And I use the workforce segregation tool on them. It's not like a hard cap, but this one is supposed to ban everyone but Dondorians. This one bans everyone but Garthemes. And this one allows everyone but Dondorians and Garthemes. So the Garthemes should mostly be here, training together. And then the Dondorians should mostly be here, training together. And then everybody else who's training should come down in here. It's because I have them both going to 90%. So they needed some extra area. $3 mic stream? What are you talking about? Does it sound bad? I've been messing with settings like crazy. No one's mentioned it. Sounds fine to you? I'm opening up my phone just to check. 1 second. Now, to be fair, it never really sounds fine to me. You sound really weird to yourself. I hopefully didn't make any changes to the mic. Although I hit mute mid-sentence there instead of check the filters. Everything that should be open is open. I don't know what to tell you. It does sound different to me from time to time. The posture check would make it worse. If I lean in right close, it probably sounds a bit different. No, I'm not that far from it. I'm like 6 or 8 inches from the mic. New stage got built. Running upgrade 1 on them, except this one apparently. Battle buff, hello. Does sound quite heavily compressed. I didn't change any of the settings on the audio side of anything. I don't have compression, I don't think. I might, I don't know. There's a couple noise gates. You could have your bit rate turned down too. You definitely get a different audio codec unless you're on the highest one. Or the very lowest one, actually, which is audio only. I don't really have a next goal for this town. I was having computer issues, so I decided to boot up something I knew would run reliably, and it's working perfectly. I was dropping a lot of frames, and oxygen not included. A lot. Watching a performance. Human scientist. I guess I have enough workers to build this second one now. And more paper. See, I think we have infinite wood. Oh no, we don't. We need more wood. Now, we don't have a woodcutter. I really don't like the woodcutter. The patch I started playing on, it was like the worst building. And I never got over it. I never forgave it. Let's see. Where can we get wood? Disterlest. I think that's his whole empire too. Yeah. Government points, 140, decent number. World relations. Really likes me. Really likes me. Really likes me. Is it 2.5 you need for colleagues? When you become colleagues, you can trade through each other. Yeah, none of these people are going to get mad at me for a tiny little betrayal at Disterlest. 582. It's also in the middle of our cities. Now, these cities aren't connected to our actual empire. This guy's too big for me to fight. That's 11,000 troops just right there. We have 5,000 people. Army 1, unlucky. How much money do we have? We should probably raise our own army soon. If anything, I should start training archers. It looks like we fought recently. There's no archers here. Yeah, but I'm saying I haven't changed anything. Anything. Mic-wise. In like over a year. I don't know what to tell you. That's going to be way too many troops. I stopped paying attention for a second. He had like 600, 700 people. So we need like 600 people. 135, 270. 400. That'll probably do it, actually, because his guys won't have weapons. I actually want to fight his army, so I'm going to go from this side. Now, I wanted to make it sound better before, but played with it for so many hours. This was the closest I could get. I have a blue Yeti mic. Berlin S. I just noticed you posted in my Discord before I logged in. Haven't had a chance to respond. I'm glad this guy's not mad at me. He's just like chilling. We recently took these cities to connect to this, so we'd have a new trade partner. We only had one trade partner for the longest time, and it was nerfing us. Oh, is it veggie season? It is. It's running fine now. I don't know. I'm having a weird issue. There's like a wall built at 20 megabytes a second between me and Google's servers. And I can't figure it out. But it's all working perfectly today. God sent the issues because I terraform too much. That, you know, at this point with everything I've tried, that's a definite possibility. The rains have stopped. Oh, look at that, 25,000. So the veggie season, and then they start coming day 2 of summer, I think. I think day 4 of summer, the fruits get harvested. Day 2 of fall, the wheat comes in. Vegetables. Well, it's functioning, yes. That's a screenshot. OBS doesn't pick those up, it's weird. I haven't. No, I said I just saw it. I opened Discord right before I started streaming. To get the link to put in the chat. I'm terrible with Discord, actually. I never used it before streaming. Here, since I've said the word 1,000 times. Dister Lest. He has a forest. We're low on trees. I'm going to take it. We have a bit of free government points. I think the next promotions, it's 6,000 pop, and we're at 5,000 anyways. Dister Lest just threatened me. Isn't that convenient? And now he hates me. So he always hated me. He can't declare war on me because we're not neighbors. It's kind of weird. He would immediately declare war on me if he could, but because this city's not connected to my capital, the game won't allow him. It's a weird glitch. We've never really played around with it before. It seems broken, but he really wants to fight me. I'm going to give him what he wants. To be fair, I want to fight his army too, though. Perfect. Look how many catapults he has. 40 catapults. That's bad. That might not go well. Now catapult troops just run away if you get close to them, so we'll probably sneak around back. Now, speaking of $3 mic, actually, Logitech Blue Voice has all these modes you can click on, like Alien and stuff like that. One of them is AM radio broadcaster. That makes quite the sound. I think we're going to get shot up mostly by the catapults. I'm going to take these 3 big squads. Now, so what you want to do, actually, in this situation, if you want to cheese it, is catapults can only fire on a 45-degree angle. So just do that from the furthest catapult, right? And that's where it can shoot. And then I could just set my army here. And they can't hit you. These are mercenaries. They're not my troops. And you guys are gonna run. To there, and you guys are just gonna, we're just gonna charge. No, we're not. Hit them while they're distracted. There you go. That was bad contact, eh? I should have kept my troops together. Now these guys, I should just be able to tell them to march to here. No? I don't know if they can still fight. Oof. That's cool. I don't know if I've seen that before. Don't you love it when you tear an egg in half in the carton because it glued itself to the bottom somehow? I can honestly say that hasn't happened to me. I can see how it would happen quite easily. But I haven't encountered that. I've been buying those flats of 30 lately. But that does sound awful, actually. Just rip it in half. Well, we've managed to scare away all those dudes, so I guess everyone can run here now. So the difference was weapons. The mercenaries are well armed, and their 580 of their 700 or so troops didn't have weapons. I think it's done, is it? Oh, there was one holdout. One dude was like, I got this. Men call me wise because I know nothing, and therefore I judge little. Wisdom lies in the questions asked, not the answers given. That's why I wanted to fight the army too. Just get a bunch of extra stuff. Occupied Distrelest. They do not have humans or anything. I actually learned something from Project 7 I forgot about. There are modifiers here that I've never paid attention to. In your main race, it's a ruling species modifier, which is good, but it's not always better. Look, species biome times 0.6. So I'm nerfing my city size by keeping all the people in them. I could get much bigger cities by balancing them biome-wise. But it makes other people mad if you remove the species from the city. I should play with that a bit. Now, this is just to let the Dondorians and humans start growing. Actually go a bit bigger with it. And he was gonna give us trees. Which actually isn't that good, but it's not bad. No, we're not gonna keep over 600 people, I don't think. Yeah, so you can... It's trying to balance them to all. I wonder, save for a second. So species biome, Cretonians here and Dondorians live really well. These guys don't. Humans don't. Fish really don't. Tilapies live here the best. So our current target is 1.49. Oh, you have to do it for the whole kingdom. So you can't do it per city. I was gonna try and balance each city. Okay, I just saved. What if we... Well, no, but I have all the races, so that's actually kind of good. So if you took all cities in your own continent and then used your loyal ruling species buff, you could have bigger cities. Like, these guys get ×2 from this biome. Target 1.49k. Target 1.39k. Target 1.16k. So it's still better to mix, it looks like. Unless this takes a minute to kick in. I just massacred 5 races in my entire kingdom. We're loading in a second. That's not... Everyone hates it. It could be the loyalty too. 1.17k. Yeah, that's being affected by all the negatives. I don't always read these out loud. Some of them are quite weird. Do not argue, I do not fight. For 3 ages, men have done so, and none have ever truly won. Yeah, some of them are a bit off. Did that make anybody hate me? No. They barely cared. Do we continue? I don't think there's any other one city nations. Now watch this new trick I learned. Which one's actually my capital? That one? You can't move an army without troops, but I don't want to pay them. But if you move the army and then wait till it's moving and then disband the troops, it'll still walk itself there. The ghost army. This caravan better watch out. So you can hire like the cheapest troop ever and move your army around. Just hire like a $30,000 troop, set the movement order, and fire it. The only reason you do that is because armies do get running buffs. We lost our army, actually. I disbanded. I did this exact thing, but the army was in enemy territory when I did it, and it disappeared. We lost all our victories. Those gem-obsessed freaks. Are they happy with my stash? They are. They are. New science building. I do need to build another paper building. I was just thinking it's gonna negative my wood. Well, not if that city catches up, though. Oh, I left the mic muted. Whoops. I was just thinking, I was talking about how I always use the small ones, because if I had all my like carpenters and one carpenter and an accident hits, it kills like 1,000 carpenters. But when they're in 10 different buildings and an accident hits, it's like, So I have the accident notifications turned off. Man, that is the perfect size though, isn't it? This isn't. Staff, isn't it? I have a little warehouse here, just like that one for wood. We go into the outside. I'm never going to be able to put supports in this. Oh, what happened there? I tried to cancel it, it came back. Or if they just keep going down, we're not crazy short on paper, but it's not good. It's also on the wrong material. See, that's going to put sound outside. Stupid Dondorians. I don't want to double up these, is what I'm doing. I use more than one a day, but I could put more here. I feel like that's their next big job, although we're going to need more smelters too. And housing if I do this. Dig it out. Forgot to allow humans in before the event ended. My Dondorians are not the happiest, eh? Wells, food. They really like wells. Do I not have bathhouses yet? Oh, I gave them full food rations because we had a ton of food, so the health's really high. It's the Dondorians and these guys I think I need to make happier. I focused on these guys for the last long bit. Your tavern's not going yet. Last in line for the booze. I like bathhouses a lot. Not everybody does. We have tons of coal. Are my wells all tier 1? Mm-mm. And the Dondorians' wells are stressed out. Because they only have 3. There are 1,000 people. Yeah, they're kind of lacking, eh? That's kind of like a road, so I kind of lined it up with that. I block on that part. Now, these are mainly going to be statues and stuff, I think, actually. I could put them in now, but I'm not making very much cut stone yet. And I think we're going to upgrade the wells soon. trees, flowers. This is going to drive up our insanity a bit. Digging seems to drive up insanity pretty quickly. Let's see if I was wrong. Is it going to drop below 600? So what's happening is it's rebalancing the races, but it works on the growth goes at 9.7% per day, but it starts at 0. I think they should all start at like 10 or 100 or something. So when it starts at 0, your Dondorians grow 1% a day. It's like 100 days before the first person appears. Whereas if it started at like 100, then 9%, you know, you can get 9 a day. It rebalances within a year or two. I'm glad it grows at all, because 9% times 0 is still 0. I wonder what that capacity number means. Is that just like the max of that race I can have here? I don't know if I've ever clicked that button before. I don't think I have minus 950, 27, 550 of everything. These two are both close. At 1.2k, we can upgrade both these again. And this one started going up again. So it's bottomed out. It's recovering. Do my Dondorians have Syphilon? I think they have everything, eh? No cut stone. No available booze. Kind of last in line, right? The carts come from here. So like Lappy Town, Mevia, them, everyone's closer. The Dondorians get service last, I think. Where does it come in here? There. Like the Talapis have some booze. They like this one, so they've drank that first, I guess. The middle has booze. Garthemes it hasn't got to, nor the Dondorians. They make it, so it doesn't get delivered there. And they have Piva. I guess we need more booze factory. Or tech. Always look to the tech. I don't think I've upgraded them at all. No, basic brewing. Boom. What was the other one I wanted to upgrade? I ran out of points. Tailoring, but we're maxed out. We're maxed out. I think I save them. I think we save them. Mason's always good. You can see it's saying I'm only going to get 2 more workers, and I think it's the mod I have installed, but you see it's a orange ring? It's saying it doesn't think this is good. It thinks this uses more scientists than I get out in workers. But something where I have a lot of workers, here, carpenters. It's like you get 7 extra workers from this. Same with the fish. I always like more fish. I came here for booze, though, right? And we did that. Now, there's more steps to it. Brewery Revolution. Oh, this lets me upgrade them. Look, plus 94 workers if we do this upgrade. Now, that costs metal. But we have a bit extra metal. Looks poorly maintained, doesn't it? No? Maybe I'm just used to having them upgraded. that's putting them, yeah, like plus 50 production each. Same workers. At the cost of 1.4 metal a day each. Now the metal goes on a cart and gets delivered here, so that should work. Says positive now. Now these numbers don't always read right because they can't consume more than they can get. Sometimes the consume numbers are artificially low. Like if you don't have mushrooms, the consume number will be 0. And then if you get 100 mushrooms, it'll be 100. There's janitor right here. Round warehouses, is it? Fish trade? What season are we at? Day 2 of winter. So the wheat must have gotten here. Yeah. We're gonna have so much stuff on the ground here this time of year. It's beautiful. 2 million bucks. So we could be exporting this stuff too. Actually, how many clothes do Dondorians have? They're already maxed. You would be. Not quite, but like they're maxed. I have enough cut stone to give them. Now, they're still the slowest moving in, but they're not moving in at all now. I think it's the well. What does the first well upgrade use? Stone, clay, cut stone. It's the expensive one. 0.67 a day times 38 wells. 25 cut stone. Actually isn't bad. The other resource is... Ouch. I apparently need more of as well. When do I get the next upgrade? We need more nobles. 6,000 people. That's not bad. We also don't have any slaves yet. None. Slowly digging. I actually don't have insanity. We had some. Oh, they finished another asylum, did they? Well, Hearth, I don't think I meant to build all 3 of them right now, but what are you gonna do? How full is it? 21, 37, 37 out of 39. So they're pretty full. We now have 3 asylums. They eat rations. We have 126,000 rations here, so... How many people are in the army now? 2.81 thousand. I keep coming back to the paper. I think I'm going to put a second paper factory here. Because I think it's going to eventually need to be that big. Oh yeah, we're going to need more administrators soon. These can hold 28 people each. 27? 27 apparently. Oh, they're just not full. I have it on automate. Need some more housing here anyways. food here and here. Get the food in between them, which is good. I actually have restaurants too. I could add the basements. It's expensive though. 10 stone, and then you have to maintain them with stone too? Meat. This can keep going up, really. We're getting far from the paper now, though. Where's the paper? It's supposed to be here, it's not. I don't know if I actually need that many then, or if they're just running low on paper. And the paper'd make us low on wood. Wow, look at all the accident, 7 people. Carpenter, boom, perfect example. 8 deaths, right? So this was a bad one, because they have a hospital. They have multiple. They had some pandemics. Available services. But if this hit all of the carpenters, it would be bad. But it didn't, because I split them. Yeah, we're just out of wood. I don't know what that means. I think it just means this guy's angry still. He'll get better. Trying to look for more targets. Stuff we need. What do we need? Wood, rocks, clay? We probably actually already have that. I went to rebalance some things. Like he has clay. Iron, fish, vegetables. Were we low on vegetables? Well, it says we're low on oranges, actually. Available -2 at 89% happiness. They're a bit happier. They must have got a bit of booze. Or they can actually visit a well now. Dunkin' Red Rum. Dog? Dunkin' Red Rum. Once did all the errands, cooking and cleaning for his elderly neighbor and never asked for anything in return. I wonder what he did. Thief. He probably stole from her to never asked for any. See, there's the key word. Asked. He never asked for anything in return. He took. New well, hearth. Their new one there. I should probably put another new one up here somewhere. I stick that out like that. That's awful. Looking for a nice, clean, well hearth to copy. Nice small one. There we go. Although I don't know if that actually works into the mountain. Sweet. Although that's gonna block that, isn't it? Okay, apparently I can't do it twice. I want that to be able to keep going. This is the edge of the map here anyways. We have a path there. Bit more happiness. There's probably a big road for that far out on the map. Iron mine, the mines are just kind of running. We get most of it from tax now anyways. All the numbers are going up nicely. That's what I like to see. Except for clay, stone, and wood. We have tons of money, actually. Only you don't get cities, my friend. What were we? I had too much of this. I got close. I'm gonna give him the little tip. $150,000 resources coming in. Factorio like? It's more of a colony sim. But yeah, you definitely have to move all your resources around. So this is kind of a weird playthrough. I've separated all the different species into different towns on my map. I have a modded bigger map. It's like twice the size. And I'm trying to make 6 different towns. But normally you just make like one big city. And then it will like produce and consume everything. And then once you get stronger, you move out onto the world map. And there's diplomacy. And I've conquered... I'm this color, so I've conquered a bunch of territories. Up north as well. I'm trying to connect my empire, but purple's too strong. And then you tax those territories and you use your administrators to run the government. It's a really, really complex simulation. One of the better ones. Everybody has 100 billion different wants and needs you have to fulfill. Like this guy cares about wrongful deaths, whether or not there's nobles of his species, if he was born native or if he immigrated, former slaves, if he's in the majority of the population, what kind of equipment and food and rations and drink servings they have access to. Different service buildings, they have different upgrade levels. Like my hearse are level 1, so they get a 30% multiplier on the upgrade. And then there's the distance, the proximity, how far they live, how well maintained it is. Every tile you put down needs to be maintained. Different decorations, like they're happy because there's no humidifiers around, whereas your bug people love the humidifiers. They're gross little buildings. And then how you participate in wars, how you treat your enemies after the wars, whether you're being besieged, what you have in stock, what religions you follow. There's 4 different religions. We're doing the science and the farming religion. There's a slavery religion and an evil religion. How many slaves you have? We don't have any right now. What jobs they have. Different people like to work in different occupations. Right, like Dondorians, who are like dwarves, they like to work with metal and tools, and the Cretonians, who are pacifist vegetarians, like to farm. What else? And then government, how you treat them, your laws. You can pick execution, exile, stockades. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. What I'm doing, there's these transport carts, and I have every race only doing the jobs they love, and then I'm loading it into carts and moving it around my map. The Cretonia moves the most carts because they're making the booze and the bread. So these are fairly new in the game. A weird political ideology has spread among your most educated subjects. Democracy. It seems to offer no advantages compared to despotism that you can see, but your citizens seem to think it has merit. While the movement is in its infancy, it would not take much to focus it on other, more deserving despots. Killing their leader makes them unhappy. Focusing them outwards makes your enemies unhappy, but they're kind of happy with us now anyways. Or you can ignore them. I think that affects your loyalty. You also have to kill someone if you do this. I usually just disappear their leader and take the happiness debuff, but my Dondorians aren't very happy to begin with. I'm gonna try this one. My people are more loyal, and the world's opinion of me went down. When this patch launched, that event was glitched, and it kept lowering the world's opinion of you until it was in a constant state of war, so it makes me nervous. Event times 0.8. All my dudes still like me. My neighbors. And you gotta make sure everything's close. Keep everything close. They've already emptied all the wheat out of here for this season. We get a lot of our wheat from taxes. Actually, all of it. I'm not growing any. Now we're full of bread, so I'm actually doing quite well this game. Currently have 5,320 people on the map. And I'm trying to make it so only carts go between the cities. It's not quite working, but there's a lot of carts going between the cities. I'll just keep zooming in there. Zoom in here. Odd jobber, janitor. Might have some housing issues somewhere. Do still have 18 homeless Dondorians. My asylum workers are homeless. I guess here. But the only two real open spots. Who are these humans? Humans don't care about the shape of their houses. Different species, like one of the wants is shape, right? Some species like round. Dorians, the dwarf people, like square. They like square houses made out of marble. So do humans. I can't afford marble. They like stone the second most, so humans live in stone. These are Talapis. They're like elves. They like cobblestone roads. They like to work in orchards and farm cows. Tony is very similar, except they're vegetarians. They like to work on farms and make food. Very gluttonous. Cobblestone roads. These guys like dirt roads. There's better roads I don't have access to yet, but they like more. I don't know which one the fish actually like. Garthemis like fungus roads. I don't have them explicitly because other people have to walk in here. You only play the lizards? I only play humans, really. I almost always start with humans. I have like 10 species installed now, though. For the next playthrough, we're gonna have this bar full. I got turtles and crabs and dragons and... And I'm sure they'll all get along perfectly well with each other. Yeah, each race has different stats. So like, Humans like to live in open land more than they like to live in forests or mountains. You know, they're okay in each climate kind of thing. They hate the elves, but they get along well with everyone. They'll worship whatever's in front of them. You know, whereas Garthemes want to worship different building types, different food preferences, road preferences, different things they like, their physical characteristics like height, weight, speed, how they are in battle. Yeah, I have 3,000 of my people are in the army right now, 2.83 thousand. And there is just, you could battle here if you wanted. If I wanted to line my dudes up. Total War style, I could. I try to avoid fighting in my capital, though. I find they get caught up in my doorways and stuff too much, which is good for the enemies, but I'm impatient. Almighty cheese sandwich. Let's see if we get lucky with the quotes. Are those all graves? You can eat almost anything once. There's a good recipe in there for a sandwich. That's trade coming in. So all the little red-hatted dudes are traders. That's that stuff we bought actually getting here. That's way too much stone to be taxed. So we spent like $2 million, 2.5 million. It was actually 2,777,777 on raw goods just to fill up some warehouses. I bought slightly too much though. This is where all the cut stone comes from. Slow and steady. New housing? So then I'm allowing them all access to stuff, right? You'll see when the house gets built. Like this one, he has wood and clay and furniture. No cloth or pottery or anything. That's Cretonians. They're getting very little stuff. He has pet fish, furniture, everything but cut stone. So the people who move in will have to go and try and find that stuff between their shifts, and they get it here at the market. It's approaching 1.0, but the dev works on it constantly. There's actually a couple people working on it now. No, he's very active in the Discord. The next version is very well underway. The demo is like 7 versions ago, but it's the full game. There's no like time limit or anything. It's just the full game. I think it's before Religion. It's a very much older version of the game. 2 years now, I think. All these have different auras. So like the more you have, the stronger the aura gets. I place benches in the middle, so when my people have nothing to do, that's where I hope they gravitate to sit, and then they get affected by all the auras. These are our export depots. This is my throne. Whenever you have extra trade, like I just bought way too much wood, it goes on the ground around your throne. That's just where they choose to dump it. So I surrounded it in export depots. Unupgraded guard posts. These kind of blow till they're upgraded. You see the upgrade level here. Level 1. That's our law coverage. Law is perfect though, so I didn't need it, but courthouse. This is the main courthouse I put in the middle. I put a tiny courthouse in each city too. You can prosecute them yourself without a courthouse, but your people like it more if they take care of it themselves. But you can prosecute anyone at any time. I mean, I can sentence this guy to death if I can click on him. And that's why I don't play League. Okay. Yeah, just persecute. Whoops, don't actually. Your guards have to come find him too. If you have no guards nearby, that button doesn't work. I don't actually want to persecute Abel Tanao for nothing. He is short. 3.7? I want to say they're feet, but they're not. They're Tathe. I have asked in the Discord. That's something they can't explain. Some sort of mythical unit. It's about feet. It's about feet. Where's the humans? That's where you want to compare mythical units, right? Like he's 6'8", see? 6'4", so it must be a bit less than feet. Unless this is in the Netherlands. 4'6" to 6'8". See, that seems like a big height difference for their diet style, you know? 4'7", 6'7", 7 feet tall. That's what I mean. What's the word for that? Large dysmorphia, maybe? Watched something on fish the other day where the species were very different sizes. That was the word they used. Not the species, the sexes, actually, the fish. Seem to be between 4'7" and 7 feet tall. Not unreasonable. Or Tathe tall, sorry. Tathe. Almost everyone's 80 stone in weight. The humans, even the human children, are 80 stone. They seem to be born at full height. So funny enough, I'm really careful with my noise. Businesses and taverns and certain buildings make noise, and certain people hate it. So I use thick walls, twisted pathways, and I contain all my noise. Now somebody pointed out to me that Dondorians actually like noise. And I'm walling it all in most of the time. Which I should do for most species, but... this is liked. Yeah, see? He's like, man, it's freaking quiet. I can hear my thoughts. This guy does not want to hear himself think. He sleeps with YouTube in the background. Dondo tube. So that would mean that I don't actually want to wall off the sound of these, which makes them way easier to build. Even just put a fancy one. See, I don't feel like lining up all the supports right now. Now, this path is going to be used by people who aren't Dondorians, but once I get over to here, it shouldn't be. These are paper makers. That little horizontal thing at the top is the storage where they're going to grab it from, actually, now that I think about it. And I want this building to grab it. Kinda small. I like really big roads. Project 7 uses 1 wide roads, and they seem to be just as efficient as my 10 wide roads, though. So I don't know if you should listen to me. If you haven't watched Project 7, actually, he raids here frequently. He does stream in German. But also very good at Songs of Six. I started watching him when I was learning workers and resources. He's also very good at it. We play the same games, basically. He's much more precise with his numbers in this. I kind of watch the bars. Bar go down, I fix it. Now we just bought way too much stuff, so a lot of this is a lie for now. And we have 3 cities on the world map that should be ready to upgrade. I don't know why it's not pinging me. Not quite, eh? Always the Dondorians. Oh, there's only 20 of them. They're a while off. Yeah, they grow so slowly. Now this one hit tier 3, so we can do that. That's at 600 pop, so you can upgrade this at different population levels. 1200 population, 2400, and then that gives you workforce to spend in the city, which you could use to like expand the land to make it bigger. Now, this one's already going to hit big enough for what I want, so I'm going to spend the workforce on trees, because that's what we were low on, and this doesn't have a negative on its trees. And what, we have 3 points left? Road. Global proximity. And now when this hits 1.2k, I'll be able to upgrade it again. But it'll be a long time, because there's still... It's only 4 Dondorians here, 2% a day, I mean... I want to keep conquering. Deutsch is the best language? 9. Oh, so actually, after watching it, man, I got a word for everything. Literally a word for everything. Forget what the specific one is. They have a specific word for what we would call a gravity-powered hydro battery, like storing water at the top of a hill and then using it to release to create charge later. There's like a specific word for that thing. You know what there's no specific word for is, you know, when you open a door, there's that thing at the top that keeps it from slamming, and it's like shoo, and it keeps the door from slamming really hard. I think it should be called a closerator, because it controls the rate at which the door closes. Hasn't caught on yet. Probably a word for it in German, actually. These numbers are all slowly increasing, which I want. I'm trying to keep them at like as close to a 1-to-1 ratio. The furthest we've gone is 2-to-1. So I can let in more people right now. I don't really need more jobs. We're gonna do this. That actually isn't what I want there. I think I want to do this again. Just a tiny wood warehouse on the back. Get ready for the future. I must have just placed a lot of things. Nobody's coming over here to help me. I'm gonna force them. But 40 people there. You can hotkey any key in this game. Almost any key. There's one key I want to hotkey that I can't. Can't remember what it is off the top of my head. But I have this hotkeyed. The only key I'm afraid to hotkey is smart remove, actually. I click that every time. I'm afraid if I hotkey that, it'll destroy a base, because it does not care. It's just like, sure. Goodbye. There's no are you sure in this game. bet that copied wrong. Yep. I bet they all copied wrong. I don't know what it is about buildings in a mountain, but when I copy them, it defaults to wood. I actually don't know if it affects it either. But Dondorians like stone. They actually like cut stone, which would make them slightly happier if I built this out of cut stone, but then I'd technically have to maintain it. Building out of cut stone in the mountain's almost free too. See, this takes 202 stone to build. It has 147 of it. That's because the mountain's made of stone. If you make it out of cut stone, they carve it. See, it actually is free. Instead of showing 147, see, this needs 55 stone still. This also needs 55 stone. The cut stone's just included. Here it just lists the stone, because there's also stone. There's no reason to list the cut stone here, because it's not needed. But then that would tag on to the maintenance cost. Cut stone produces slowly. It would make my Dondorians slightly happier. Let's try it. Yes, you do. Yes. Which is why I'm copy pasting this. I went to build one and I didn't feel like doing the supports. Now, not if you just dig out a big area. Only once you put a building in it. Same with this menu. Structures, it doesn't. This menu is not affected by supports. So like, this building would be fine. That's not what I meant to click in the meantime. I meant to click this one, I think. Yeah, something like that. Like, that's fine. That doesn't need supports or maintenance, actually, apparently. Last time I asked, which was like a year ago, because I was unsure if this design was viable. But apparently it's not really a building, but it is indoors. Use it everywhere now. Like, this doesn't have any supports in it. That would be too big. But there's no... I don't think there's maintenance on this. No, because look, it's not even blue. No, but this gets maintenance. You know what? I don't think walls and ceilings get maintenance. At all. Anywhere. I think it's just the rooms. Walls can't get maintenance. Because you can build a wall 3 thick, which means they wouldn't be able to reach the middle one. And they don't break. And I've done that. The walls can't get maintenance. Unless I've just never noticed the middle wall deteriorating, but I can't see it working like that. Piece of paper. Are we doing 6? This is only serviced by foreign traders, actually, which is why it doesn't need many entrances. Same with this one, right? They're there. Look at them go. You can't click on them. I wish you could. New loading station. So I want you to load paper. Auto-employ. I have 36 loading stations. They're going to turn themselves down because there's no paper here now. They'll turn themselves back up after. We are probably going to need more housing over here. Is there still homelessness over here? No. 1, 2, 2, 3. If it's 1 or 2, I don't chase it down. It's usually just people looking for jobs. 7. Or recent immigrants. They don't have homes yet. I'm looking for yellow buildings. That's somewhere somebody works, but they can't find a home. And that is pretty far from homes. Now there's food right here. Oh, where are we? Britonia. They want round houses. The game perceives this as round. Here, we can make it rounder. I missed one tile. See, that makes the road and back super big, and there's no point for the road and back to be big at all. Whereas I can line the road in front with statues and stuff. Pretty high traffic. Go with that. It's quite the layout, but it's that double thick walls. This is actually very square for Britonia. But if I put a bump in here, they'll have to go around it. They're kind of going around it anyways, actually. Let's... I did 1 in. Not a huge deal, but so there's a million different happiness bars, right? And you just gotta pick which ones you fill. And I've chosen roundness. Red is square, blue is round. Black is no shape. So a recent patch actually, it used to be round and square were 50-50, but they each had the same power. Which meant, in practice, everything is square, because this would just be 5 squares of square, whereas you only have 2 squares of round kind of thing, and everything was square. Round is way more powerful now. I think this might overpower this flat wall. But it used to be flat walls, just won every single competition. Yeah, there it goes. Sing to Sharon? Brought a tea. I always have tea. It's required. I get that at Costco now. Didn't quite win out, it doesn't look like. Something here. Not round enough for it. Wonder if it's supposed to be like that. It's not like imperative. That tiny little square won't affect anything. My brain. Except my brain. No more shape. What did we build? The other loading station. We already set it up. It looks like they're loading paper from the other paper makers. I wonder if we can turn their radius down. Yeah. You're already fine. You do those ones. Gonna have to hit there. He doesn't hit that one. That's perfect. He'll do these ones, and then we should have enough paper. Songs of Sticks. Songs of Sticks. It's close. It's close. There are a lot of sticks involved. Well, wood. You can cut down any of the trees if you want. That's how I usually get wood. We're getting most of it from tax right now. I'm actually expanding one of the cities to get more wood from tax. And then when they grow back, there's like 1,000 animations for everything in this game. Like, this is a fully grown forest here. But like, if I cut it down, it would look like little green dots. Once they're the full 9 tiles, they're fully grown. There's much less wood here than there is here, kind of thing. And when they cut it down, you can see it gets smaller and smaller as it goes. And, the ferryman. I was wondering that, actually. I didn't, that part didn't click. Any of it. I'm almost embarrassed where my brain went now. I was thinking a wooden stir stick for a cup of tea. To be honest, that's where my brain went. Not a great one. Look at Cartman go. Did you see him? Is his name Eric? No. Violet? Haven broke. Walking to job. They have a long walk back though, eh? Like, never really watched the return trip. I always lose interest when they drop the cart off, but watch how far her work is from where she just dropped that off. Now I've modded the map to be bigger. Oh, I'm not American. No, I am Canadian. I'd love to have a British kettle though, man. 3,000 watt kettle. Boil my tea twice as fast. I'd save so much time. Oh, don't even start. Yeah. We built this whole thing around there being fresh mushrooms here. Didn't even pick them all last year. Now we are getting mushrooms from trade now. Everything else seems to be running quite good. These people love trees. I have trees everywhere. We've expanded a bit. I wonder if we missed any tree. These are traders coming in. I don't know why he's going that way with vegetables, unless we have an excess. Oh, we do. Sweet. I have so much stuff on the ground here just waiting to be exported. This is on auto employ, so that's year round. These guys will be doing that. And there's piles that are much further away. There's a noble. Lacera Decimus. Seems unaware of their claws slowly removing chips of chitin from their exoskeleton? That's a weird one. I don't know what you're talking about, Berliness. Fairly close. You get a ton more people in this. I mean, Dwarf Fortress at a few hundred, it craps out. This one's more direct. Dwarf Fortress, there's a lot of like stuff happens. And it's just kind of happening. This one, you kind of tell everyone what to do. Like, you've got work priorities for people. But yeah, kind of like RimWorld with 5,000 people. But then you go onto the world scale and there's diplomacy in other cities and taxes. You can have embassies too, and you can murder the other governors and stuff. I don't usually build the embassy, actually. I'm just nice to people. And if they're too rowdy, I destroy them. We're actually pretty big. We're just very disconnected. Still waiting on those other few cities to just tip over the edge. That'll fix the clay. This one's gonna fix the wood. Yeah, usually pretty nice to people. My elf people hate that, actually. They want me to be really evil to people. Where would that be? They're unimpressed that I'm chivalrous. They like our prowess, though. They do not like our level of chivalry. Neither do the bugs, apparently. They want us to murder everybody. We release our hostages. Wow, these guys really want a lot of Sithalon. Yes, Berliness. I have an execution execution spot. Scaffolds or beheading, it depends what they feel for the day in every city. I actually don't know. Scaffolds. I'm letting them deal with that. I actually have the execution set pretty low because if they go to prison and they come back out, they go back to work. And, well, if you execute them, they don't go back to work. Also, most of them get killed in the arena, too. My people seem way more interested in that than I am, because my target rate's 5%, and their current rate is 59%. But I did give them their own courthouses to judge their own crimes, so... Lapian Flasher, receiving her judgment. If the judge shows up, I guess. Spending time in the stocks. So, not sentenced to death. You need one per month? I actually do, so my crime rate isn't high enough right now. Because there hasn't been an execution in a while, so there's no multiplier for it. Fight pit? Oh. Were we still on the prisoner? Talapian Flasher. Oh no, fighting to death. Well, that didn't go well. Apparently do not flash in Tilapia. -1. No, somebody died in a brawl too. Someone else was murdered. This guy died in a brawl. I think if you die committing a crime, they throw you in a pit and don't give you a proper burial. We'll find out though. Maybe if you're the aggressor, they don't. This guy was murdered. Let's see where they put him. If he walks by, he's probably not getting a proper burial. Okay, so if you get murdered, you get a proper burial. I'm not... There he is. This guy died in a brawl. Proper burial. Other people get sent to the pits. For the crows. It's all pretty good. I have very few free workers, but I can let more people in. Its number has gone down. They're not immigrating, but they're pretty happy, actually. Building 5 new paper makers. Probably overkill, but... Also need new smelters eventually. Gonna want to start using tools. I'm not using tools at all yet. It's for maintenance. Doctor's offices. I think they're the only one that use it. They don't immigrate unless happiness is over 80%, but depending where your city is and the cities that surround it, the people available differ. Kinda trying to wait till this hits 900, but I might let more people in soon. These two, there's tons of people waiting to come in. There's 320 humans that would come in right now. And 49 of these. And actually, if we get 650 more people, we level up. Which allows you to promote more governors. Which gives you more government points on the world map. I actually have more promotions still. We have more government points. Cool. Or you can upgrade your production on stuff. Like he's currently boosting 50 of 72. If I leveled him up, he'd be boosting 150. But there aren't that many workers. I'll probably need to level up my paper maker booster, actually. Now, TT's boosting 50 of our 240 carpenters. But we're maxed out on furniture anyways. It says negative. I don't know why. Remember what happens to people if not. We keep them pretty close in line. They seem to be choosing the arena over the execution a lot. Takes a long time to dig. I have 40 people forced to work here too. There's 20 here and 20 here. Just in case they wanted to go do something else. Wrongful deaths. Brawl. Brawl. Different species don't like each other, so if you had like all happy humans, you wouldn't have many brawls. Did we actually fill up all of our taverns? Oh, very close. Almost give them more booze. So they're all getting different drink servings. My humans are ridiculously happy, so they don't have full food or drinks. Ketonians have full food, not drinks. Gondorians are getting a lot of stuff. Same with these. These guys are getting the most. They're just maxed out. Because they're immigrating the slowest. And I don't actually have everything. Well, we're not technically full on pottery yet, so... We are full on cloth. Wonder if they need another market. Proximity is a big thing in this game. So, See, so I could put more food down here, but then that food's pretty far from the warehouse that has the food. I always put the food market together. Probably don't need to. I think this would be good for them too. And it's already decorated on one side, right? Food, market, and somewhere to sit. Light, flower. These people love trees. We're gonna have to start doing statues soon, actually, because I want to get the Cantors. Statues are just super expensive. Each one is 1 stone a day, I think, and we're gonna need like 500. Which means I need to conquer somewhere with rocks because we bought these. Forgot we placed that a long time ago. We actually don't have many free workers. This is how many free workers we have. And they will run around and do the odd jobs everywhere. They're the people you see usually walking between the cities. Janitors too, because they maintain the tiles. Transporter, they bring the carts. And odd jobber, doing odd jobs. You can see the road changes where DC changes. Tavern's pretty swamped. They all are, though. I only put 1 in each town, I think. Maybe 2. There's more than 6. There's 1 up there, too. Yeah, the booze was empty, so there was no point. We upgraded them all with those metal upgrades. We can actually fix the problem. Yeah, that was so many resources. I love it. They're happy again, but like not quite enough. Where is the well? Fancy well. Minus 0.67 cut stone a day. Yeah, it's gonna be like 30 cut stone a day. The upgrades are one of the few things you don't have to transport the resources for. I should have waited for a drought to do this, or a heat wave, because your people swarm the wells. We could have seen which ones bottom out, but you can see some of them are really busy. I didn't name them. There's 2 29s. I built the stage and forgot to put the well and hearth and stuff in. Now, I usually put speakers with them too. It's one worker. And they spread propaganda. Some light. Another garden. Back to the upgrades. So that'll boost the health a tiny bit. I've given them so much food, I don't need to worry about health. But now everybody's... Well... Bottom number upgrade was at 33%. It will now be 66%. So it's level 2 out of 3. 1 out of 3? I don't know. It starts on 1, I guess. It's 2 out of 3. Proximity is really good. Everyone has access. None of them are unmaintained, is the quality. So this will basically just raise this bar 30% higher than it was. We can look at everybody. Now they don't need to visit it constantly. If you do something like a food stall, this changes a lot quicker. Something like a bathhouse or a barber where they don't go too often, it reacts a lot slower. They're off work now, so a lot more of them are going to the wells. It's all millions of tiny changes, this game. Followed by some major ones, like dropping bathhouses would be a big change. They are happy, Peltrip, they are. It's because I separated them all. They all live in their own cities. They're all happy because they don't have to interact with each other. It sounds like a dream, doesn't it? Never interacting with anyone? No. Yeah, I'm using carts to transport everything between the cities. So, I haven't specifically quarantined them between the cities yet because, like, Kryptonians work at the stages and stuff. I haven't quite done it all. I have used the suggestion tool, though. So there's a new tool this patch. Kind of like the housing, where you can say what race is allowed to work where. Now the housing one is hard. If I say Talapis can live here, only Talapis can work here. This is more a suggestion. Like, if there are Talapis, make them work here first. Yeah, it's new. So it's not hard like the housing segregation. But there, so that's Talapis. This is Krypton. I haven't done it in a while, actually, so some of them might not be... Yeah, like these aren't assigned. Oh, I don't want to hit that fishery. Kryptonians. I don't have slaves, but just in case I do, they might as well work in the right place. Fish people. Do the humans work in the graveyard, or do the Dondorians work in the graveyard? I think the humans work in the graveyard. It's outside. That's the wall to kind of separate the warehouses and stuff. Dondorians. Garthemes. And that should be it, right? So actually, I've done it here. Here, I have Dondorians. Dondorians are supposed to be working in this one. Right? Because the Dondorians live right here. So they're in the northern barracks. Because Dondorians and Garthemes get a boost from physically being trained. You might have to trust me. There it is, melee training. So I'm training both my Dondorians and them to 90%, whereas everybody else is mostly 10 to 30%. So this one, closest to the Dondorians, is set for Dondorians. This one, closest to the Garthemi, is set to Garthemes. And this third one is just set to everybody else. Now, it does say no Dondorians, and they're still in here. Like, it's not a hard cap. I've actually been looking at Space Haven. It does look interesting. I definitely have it on my wish list. Yeah, the building spaceships. And because of that, we have 3,000 people in the army. New market, speaker, food stall, hearth, well. Grade. Services going up slightly. Upgrade went from 33 to 45 already, but that'll keep slowly going up. We'll just boost everyone's happiness a bit. We are pretty happy though, these guys are really happy. It's 334 humans at my gates waiting to come in. I haven't even given my humans anything yet. They have the worst. Not full food, not full drinks. Lappies are already drinking heavily. Giving them more clothes affects their cold and heat resistance too. I think that takes pressure off your wells and hearths, actually. Although I'm not one to talk to about clothes. I do have the nudist achievement, which I haven't used yet, and I think it might actually... I was reading some Reddit comments. They were all saying it's the best one, because it gives everyone plus 10% speed. I think 90% of what they do is walk. Yeah. 4 days, actually. I'll be playing that. We'll be playing Furthest Frontier again. Have the same taste in games. Yeah, I like Farthest Frontier. Apparently there have been a lot of changes. The farming always bugged me in that one though. Your farmers just like randomly walk between fields. There's a picture, when you load up Farthest Frontier, there's a picture of a city with a wall surrounded in farm fields on the outside of the wall. And if you build that city in the game, it doesn't work because of how the farmers work. And that's what bugs me about it. It would be a fantastic game, don't get me wrong. But the city they put on the cover does not function because of how the farmers are programmed. Because they'll walk from like the farm on the east end of the city to the farm on the west end of the city before doing the farm right beside them on the east end of the city. And there's no way, there was no way when I played it last year. Be like, hey, can you guys just work You know, you live on the east, the other farm's on the west. It just counts all of the farmers as one global farm. It would be like up here I have my Tilapis growing fruits, and down here I have my Crotonians growing vegetables, and it'd be like if he picked this vegetable and then just the next thing he decided to do was this fruit, and then the next thing he decided to do was go one here, and then he went here. There's no like rhyming, so you have to build all your farms in one cluster so that when they do their stupid pathing, they're always close to a farm. Really good game though. It has raids, walls, troops, decorations. Fairly similar to this. Also has a zoom mod, I've heard now, which is great. People cooling down. I have so much money. We're actually producing almost enough booze now. Might build more taverns. Oh, I was like, does Dondoria not have a tavern? Because I don't even need to shield the sound from this. It's Dondorian's like sound. But I don't want it on the main path, because other people don't like sound. This isn't really a main path. Now, that is production. Good as anything. New tavern. We're building new paper makers. Nice, we got one. My storages are overflowing. Hello, Project 7. I was actually talking about you a minute ago. I mentioned one of my roads was too thin, and then I was like, but Project 7's roads are way thinner than mine, and they seem to work better, so... So who knows? I'm at the paper stage. The paper stage. Probably good enough. Let them finish them on their time now. Yeah, we got a few overflowing storages. I'm not exporting any finished goods yet. I'm making enough money just exporting raw goods. Now, I have 3 cities going right now. One of them's going to fix our clay. One did fix the wood, but it has another level to go. Could just turn up the stone mine a bit, too. I'm trying to keep all of my species within a 2-to-1 ratio of each other. So I'm kind of waiting until everyone hits 800 to let in the next 100, but I got tons of people waiting. Just getting ready for the next burst. I'm gonna need another administrator too. Which means we'll need to put another house up here somewhere. Could I ever fix their homelessness? Yeah, we built this. It's working much better than your one? It is working really, really well. Like, this is my booze production. I've never had my booze production be this efficient. Coal in all 3. Grain here and here, because they burn through more grain. Fruit on the left for this guy. Straight into the carts here. Everywhere else I was putting it in warehouses first. I think straight into the carts is the way. They seem to be good at picking up from buildings. And then, yeah, if you scroll through my, like, streets, there are traders, but I have carts everywhere. Looks like it's veggie season. Screenshot. They're already reaching 2K humans? It can be harder because they do have one stat where they like to be in the majority. We did have a 2-to-1 ratio at one point. Also depends who you keep as slaves. I don't have any slaves yet. And that's another negative they might not like. They all have their own type of roads, their own buildings. I got all the shapes going. For the most part. Probably fix that. Yeah, you can see where the borders go. Anywhere the warehouses would have overlapped, I built walls. Just to stop the... Where's the food one? Stop it from being able to reach in. It spills out a bit. It was this one. I wanted this one to be able to get this fish without picking up these crops. So, they have a new tool, actually, that's really hidden. I just redid the whole city right before you got here. But, you know how you can segregate the housing? I haven't done that yet. But you'll notice it's mostly fish living here. Like, there's a few Kryptonian food vendors. Now, I just rebalanced it, so it might not be working yet. But I do have, like, Amevian actors in Amevia. Tilapia actors in Tilapia. So there's a new tool that's hidden. That's like the house segregation tool. You have to click here, and priority, and then right here. And it's not segregation like the housing. That's a hard cap. When you do that one, if I said only Kryptonians can live here, only Kryptonians can live here, right? This is a very strong suggestion. This is like, I only want, so I've dragged this over all my cities now. So I only want Garthemes to work here. Now, if all of my Garthemes died, it's not going to leave it untended. It's going to put humans here. But if it can, it's going to put Garthemes here, right? So that kind of overrides. I have all the prios set to love, so they're all doing what they love. I've clicked this on everybody. Now I've adjusted a few of them because, like, the iron mine is in Dondoria and the coal mine is in Garthemi. So I've done a few, but 99% of it is love. And then, like, you can see it really well here. So this barracks is closest to Dondoria, and I've set the work prio to be only Dondorians, which for some reason shows everything but Dondorians. But this is only Dondorians, and this one is only Garthemes, and this one is everybody but Dondorians and Garthemes. So then I have everyone training into the army, and this one, it's working. They're mostly Dondorians. And then this one down here, they're mostly Garthemes. And then this is everybody else, including the overflow Garthemes. You see, even though they're told not to work here, there's no room in this one. Yeah, it helps a ton. And then with the food stalls and stuff, you end up getting... Now, look, there's still a Kryptonian food vendor here in Dondoria, right? So I guess his like of being a food vendor overrode that. I haven't fully tried to tune it yet. And it was literally 1 day ago in game. We just redid everything. So this might not have had it, the Dondoria filter on it, a day ago. It does now. But look, it's saying there's an exclamation there. And there's only 1 out of 2 here. I'm guessing it's saying, we really can't. I can't do that here. But yeah, it definitely helps a lot. I think it helps a lot even when you're not trying to segregate it, you know, like the pigs on the farms. Oh, the exclamations. On the slaves. I don't have slaves. No, it's on both here. So I'm guessing I'm just short on Dondorians, right? Because they do a lot. They're doing all of this, and all of this, and all of this. And I would assume that this job they love, they would do before this job that they don't, right? Because they're both in Dondoria. They've been told to work at both. Well, this one just finished, so... I haven't clicked it yet. Curious who works here. Human. Oh, that was the noble. That was Papermaker Master. Still haven't built houses for them. They tried to add pigs in their own village, but after they pick fights with everyone, I have 500 to 600 pig slaves. That does happen. They are pretty docile too. Fine, they're my favorite second species. My pigs are pretty happy. They're farming vegetables mostly for show, not actually doing much. But they like to weave and make bread and make booze. So that's what they're doing. And they weave the cotton, and then I ship it to Dondoria to be refined into clothing. And then that gets shipped around the rest of the world. But we're full. See, I don't think this is as efficient. This one's set up. He doesn't pick up from the ground. So this guy only pulls from the warehouse, and the warehouse is pulling out of all the carpenters. I don't think that's as efficient as done over here, where these just pull directly. I think this is way better. Now my warehouse is far away over here, actually. 40 workers. Yeah, it has a lot of workers now. Actually don't have many warehouse workers. Like, that's a good chunk of them, and that's only because they're picking up this booze. It's right there. Surprised that's enough booze. New papermaker. New papermaker. New papermaker. So that'll probably pull more Dondorians out of the service industry, right? We had some Dondorian actors a minute ago. I'm guessing these guys are going to disappear in a sec. End up here. I'm curious if I don't. I haven't clicked the tool on them yet. Might as well click them all now. I'm gonna forget some of the other ones. Gonna need to let a few people in a minute. Army's about to break 3,000 people. This is temporary housing. There's no food near it or anything. I do that on purpose. So they'll move in when they're training and they won't be mad that they don't have a house, but they'll leave when they're done because there's no entertainment. There's enough to keep them alive. Well, her speaker, the bare minimum. There's no food, there's no entertainment, nothing touches here. And so they hate living here. And the second they're done training, they move out and the new trainee gets a house. So this is no man's land. Everyone's allowed to live here. I actually haven't segregated any of the housing. But everyone's allowed to live in these. Just kind of terrible. So they want to leave. I should probably remember that with this. That's about the same amount of housing as I have total. Homelessness is very low unless you're a nobility, in which case it's 100%. Day 3 of autumn. Should be wheat time in a second. Boom. 1 second. Told you. The bigger map mod says you have to use the extra info mod as well. I also have the agriculture fix mod on because this patch, the world map can be borked depending when you load. So I have the agriculture fix patch, which just fixes that. I don't know if you knew that, actually. So we just got the wheat harvest. That happens on day 2 of autumn. The wheat harvest. If I were to save now and load, I can only get 15 days of harvest next year. If I saved on day 1 of autumn and then loaded, I would only get 1 day of harvest instead of 16 built up. There's a glitch in this patch. And there's a mod called Agriculture Fix that fixes it, that makes it so loading doesn't matter. Yeah, no matter when you save, you lose crops. So how it works is like, this is your total, but that's per year, right? Or produced per day, sorry. But you only get that once a year, you know what I mean? So it's producing 2250 a day, and then once a year I get 40,000 vegetables. If I load 2 days before the vegetable harvest, I only get 2 days of vegetables that year. And there's a mod called Agriculture Fix, V69, that fixes it. The intent was so people couldn't cheese battles. It was to punish people who were cheesing. He seems pretty obsessed with that, considering it's a single-player game. But yeah, it threw my numbers off forever. Enough that I asked on the Discord. Figured it out. But yeah, definitely recommend Agriculture Fix. So the way you could cheese it, though, is how the Agriculture Fix mod works. Is it just, instead of it building up over the year, on the harvest day, it checks the city and then gives you 16 times the number. It fixes it, right? So what you could do with this mod, if you really wanted to cheat, is the vegetables are harvested on the 2nd day of summer. So I could set my one city to be tier 10 vegetables on the 2nd day of summer, and then set it to be fruits on the last day of summer, and then set it to be wheat on the 2nd day of fall, and get 3 full harvests out of one city in the year. That's just cheating, right? At a single player game. But that was the intent, was to prevent you doing that. Good day to Bob. But yeah, it kind of broke some stuff. I do have some irrigation, actually. I have some channels planned. I haven't put them in yet, but there are canals dug. But there is some irrigation in Cretonia, so they have some farms. They're symbolic vegetable fields. We were just hovering this number. It's like 100 out of 2250. But I do have a bit of irrigation. There was one patch, and I absolutely hated it. But it was a really fun mechanic where you had to run canals to all your bathhouses. And I found that really interesting. It was the only patch where I've actually put canals through all my cities. But it was a huge pain. It was a lot of labor force, especially on this map where it's like 1,000 tiles across. Currently over-tuning the paper supply. Wodared, almost ready to upgrade. Surprised you don't need it anymore? Yeah, it was an interesting mechanic. I find I was picky though. I had a lot of trouble with my bathhouse. There was only one square where it worked. Unless I ran it like right down the side. I don't have any bathhouses. Wonder if I can still. No. I was gonna try and show the blueprint. But yeah, I had to like run it into a specific square. People are kind of flocking around. There aren't many people going between my cities, really. Kryptonian chef, deliveryman. So those are just the main deliveryman road. Those are transporters, right? Deliverymen, I think. None of my warehouses should reach this far. No warehouses reach these, actually, anymore. I built these first. I don't have the heart to destroy them. They are kind of out of place. Emergency fish. I just hate placing fisheries, and I know I'm going to want more fisheries later. Whoops. Well, I deleted that one by accident. Yeah, only the amoebius fish. So we got a bit of irrigation. I got this plan so I can put pools and stuff in later. Although it looks like I've thwarted my own plan. And then everywhere else is pretty close to the water. There wasn't very much great soil this map, actually. That's why they're here. Richest of soils. Not the best soil. I think the bigger map mod kind of messes with the generation. Because this was supposed to be like 90% covered in trees, and it does have that many trees if the map was regular size. Your Majesty, I am Prince Horum Goldtusk, the last surviving member of my house. Due to political machinations, my estates were seized and I had to flee for my life. I've stashed large amounts of valuables in an abandoned mine on my former lands, but I've required funds to hire peons to move them to safety. You could send me a small amount of money. He wants 100 grand? I can do that for him. Horum Goldtusk, you sent the money, but even after a long time waiting, no response arrived. Your advisors think you have fallen victim to a scam. Well, the old Nigerian prince scenario. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe he's real royalty. You don't get a bonus from them? Do you get a detriment if they're under 100%? I see the ×1 for moisture. You're right, it's not going above ×1. You do get a detriment because one of these has it. Moisture ×0.9. Species ×0.75. What? Who works here? Should it not be Kryptonians? suit's chilling around. Look at the rations. 139,000. We're gonna need another warehouse soon. Yeah, I just make the fields smaller. And then run a canal between them. What got you? Total control. What do you want to do? No, you actually do have barely total control. Like, if I wanted to, I could just hang this guy. No, you set the laws. You set your education level, what the punishment is for crimes. Yeah, you set how much food they have, drink servings, how much clothes they wear, what equipment, what they're allowed to bring home and furnish their houses with. My humans aren't allowed much, whereas my Dondorians have a lot of stuff. You choose their education level or indoctrination level, depending which one you pick. Different species have different likes. Like my my humans are my scientists, so I want to educate them. But these guys are farmers, so I want them to just kind of work away mindlessly. You can do both. I have a lot of blueprints that I use. Like I could copy paste this. This is a brewery. There are no pre-built buildings. You'll have to design at least one. And like the yellow tiles are unsupported, so you need to put in beams to hold the tiles up. And then this is a brewery, so they have kettles. So you need to, that's how many workers work here. So full-size kettle. There's different sizes, shapes of buildings. And then it needs a storage for its booze it creates. And everything needs auxiliaries. Bring it up to 100%. And then once it's 100%, you can send it. You don't want any yellow tiles. That adds to maintenance. So every tile you place needs to be maintained. So the yellow tiles make it way extreme increased maintenance. So if I got rid of the yellow tiles, well, I got rid of the buildings too, but see, it's still too high because there's a yellow tile here. Must have missed one somewhere. Something's still not right. Yeah, the demo is the full game, but it's from a few years ago, and I'd probably recommend playing the full thing. It's one of my favorites. One of my favorites. This is my courthouse, for instance. I got 3 court buildings, a bunch of benches for the courts. I kind of designed it to have like a main courtroom A and B. That's it. That I have in the center. I'm playing kind of weird. Normally you'd make one big city. There's 6 different species. Well, 8 in the base game, but these are kind of harder to get. But there's 6 like regular species in the base game. And I have them all separated. I've modded it to make the map twice as big. And I built a different town for each of them. And then I've turned my warehouses down. Like I can turn this warehouse up to be global if I want. I've turned them all down and built walls so the warehouses can't touch each other's cities. And then I'm using only horses and transporters to move my goods around. So if anybody wants fish, they have to get it from here. So these are my fish people. These are amoebias. They like to dig in clay, make pottery, and fish. Those are their 3 favorite jobs. So that's what I've done here. So they're the only fishers on my map because they're better at it too. And we're probably full of fish, are we? There's nowhere to bring them, so... Oh, there they go. Somebody just requested fish. They also like swimming, yeah. And they like to live in clay houses. They like dirt roads. There's another type of road they like too. Cobblestone for the Crotonians, because that's what they like. I'm not maintaining here, so this is just dirt. This is between cities. This save? This is the 4th stream, I think? Day 5. Probably like 30 hours or so. Now, this one I've been taking really slowly. I can get a lot further quicker. You won't when you're new, though. You lose a lot. This game's really hard, yeah. Had to On the last patch, I brought a city to 30,000 people, which was my biggest one. Where's the short version? There we go. 60-second version. Kelly Miss, thank you. Appreciate that. No, the vegetable bug's bad. Yeah. Yeah, this was patch 6.7. So actually, here, we can go through it. So I started off with humans here, and these were Kryptonians. And then these were my Dondorians, because they like living in the mountain. And then I had Amoebias fishing. So the Kryptonians were farming on the river. This patch, the rivers were way more powerful for farms. So my Kryptonians live in the round houses. The fish live in little clay houses. You can't, there's tiny little houses. And they were fishing here. And then this was where the humans started. And then they spread out. This is where the Talapis, the elves, went. They like to farm. And then this was my archery range, because they like to train to be archers. These are all the science buildings. And on this patch, base science didn't have an input. It does now. So once the city started to fill out, this is where the Garthemes lived. They were farming their stuff and doing their stuff. This was probably like 200 gigabytes or something to stitch together. This was a lot. I actually had to move them out of the folder because it warned me I was overwriting the 400. And then, so all the science is gone now because it didn't have inputs on this patch. So I moved all the science to the edges of the map so it wouldn't affect the logistics. And then I started to run out of space. 30,000, I think, is pretty close to the amount of space on the regular map. And then I put retirement in up here. Now, very important to that, when the city gets, on my computer at least, over about 10 or 12,000, like even now at the start of the game, you have 250 times speed. I currently have, that's as fast as my computer will run it. I have it pinned open. So 10, 14, depending what's happening, 10 to 14 times speed. Once it's that big, you're on 1 time speed the whole time. So I mean, you're making those changes and then walking away from the computer for an hour. You have it on the side monitor. Now the game kind of is supposed to end at 12,000 and it runs pretty good up to there. You're not supposed to go to 30,000 and fill the whole map. We're almost at the next one, 6,000. Yeah, the farms bug. So there is a mod called Agriculture Fix that fixes the global farms. Region buying is irritating. Like how the populations shift, the Dondorians shift way too slowly. Like there was a region we took last stream that still hasn't hit its amount because we're waiting on Dondorians to increase it 2% a day, which is good at the start of the game when you have 250 times speed. But as the speed goes down, this turns into from like an hour at 250 times speed to 20 hours IRL. You're waiting for like 5 Dondorians to move in. Everybody else is here. I think this is being rebalanced too, though. I'm pretty vocal in the Discord about my complaints. Now this one did just finish, so it just went over 1.2 thousand people. So I can push it up to tier 4. You always want to make sure your health doesn't go under 1, but there's global hospitals, and I built them everywhere. Apparently I haven't maxed out my secret police yet. But we were short on wood, and that was this place's purpose. Okay, purpose fulfilled. I guess I'll put the secret police here. That boosts your happiness everywhere, like the hospital does, which allows you to raise taxes. And as long as your lowest one's above 0, they'll never complain. I've never bought a region, actually, but every time I trade, I notice how irritatingly little the AI offers me for my regions. And now that you say buying regions, I can see that it would be really powerful. Wheat, fruit, it's just because they have bonuses. think I have enough coal. Fruit never hurts. Taxation is theft. It is in this case, I think, because I'm not providing them with anything. Yeah, the whole farm thing's being changed. The price scales up with how much money you have. Can't find the agriculture fix mod? Give me a second. Is there a way to see subscribed? I have it. It's not in my subscribed list. Weird. No, I actually don't see it anymore. I'll if you can buy Merc for 500,000. Here, give me a sec. I want to see if I still have it. Sorry, you're seeing the same video again. This game takes no time to reboot. The mods are on the loader screen. I do have it. Author AMJH. AMJH, all caps, was the author. Looks like they're not there anymore. I could probably try and send it to you on Discord or something. I only got it a few weeks ago, so now I have to Google how to do that. I can't do that on the side right now. They're all like numbered and stuff. I think I'm in your Discord. I think I have my Discord copied still. Dude, just in case. If you want. How intelligently do they execute your plans? Proximity is a huge thing in this game. So for instance, this is a tailor and he's using leather, which is here. He would warn me that the leather was too far, if that's where the leather actually was. He was warning me the leather was too far. So that is my plan, right? And it will pop up in this building and say production is low. Now you can click on the building and it'll show you what % of their time they're walking and stuff, but it'll pop up with a warning when it's too far, and that is too far. So you have to execute your plan pretty intelligently. Oh, it didn't capture it again? Makes it hard to see, doesn't it? Flip it back and forth a few times. Oh, did we get it? No, I played the video. No, that's it? Okay. Yeah, so like this building was too far from this building for leather, so I built a new building behind it to hold leather that was closer. Like they do exactly what you say pretty much. Like I have them set to work at specific workplaces and they do that. And you can segregate the housing 100% so they're not allowed to live there. I haven't done that yet, but I could say, hey, only these people can live here. And then I've ordered the workplaces to try and prioritize the species in the area, and that's working pretty well. They're not always great about building far away from resources, but there's a hauling post that costs no resources to build. So at any time you can build this, and then I could click that and tell it to pull from somewhere. I mean, you can be really specific with your orders. For instance, I have this guy. He's not allowed to pick up off the ground, and he's not prioritized. So he's not allowed to pick up out of warehouses on his own. And then I have him set to pick up only from warehouse 18, which is whichever one of these three has bread. So that's the only place this is allowed to get food. And then this, the radius set, and you can make it global if you want, but I have it set to just this. And then so this is pulling all the food out of the bakeries, and then this pulls the food out of the warehouse. Now you don't have to do that either. I've actually done it differently here, and I think it's more efficient, where I just have this picking up off the ground, which is the warehouse's production, because that's not in a warehouse yet, it's considered on the ground. And then they're taking it straight to consumers, so I'm skipping the warehouse step here, and I think it's better. I haven't used these before, really. Other than for fun. And then each one of my cities has an unloading station to receive that, and you just set how many of the slots, it has 32 slots, you want for each resource. And then if a cart has the resource and your unloading station needs it, they automatically go there. For instance, this unloading station has now received 140,000 rations. So these expire really slowly, which is why I'm stacking them so hard. Everything else, like next year, all of these will be rotten. Well, it'll say 25% of these will be rotten. So in 4 years, like all these will be gone, right? These are 37% a year stored. So in 3 years, all these are gone. The rations are only 2.5% a year. So I can stack them up really high, and then your people see that as food ration days, which all of these are happiness bars too. Anytime any one of these goes down, that's happiness. I'm not kidding. I need to execute somebody is what that is. Or food. And then it all adds up, and different species want different stockpiles of things. What do these people want? They want me to stockpile meat. Currently have 268% more meat than they want. So they want me to have like 10 meat per person, somewhere around 8,000 meat. Whereas these guys aren't happy. They want me to have 4 times more meat. So they want me to have 60,000 meat for 800 people. They want like 100 meat each. Yeah, the logistics can be very different. That big city I had almost all global warehouses, and I had probably 5,000 people in logistics just walking around. And then I put a lot of tech points into logistics, which lets them hold more, so each person can carry more and more. So that save, I had logistics leveled up really high, and I was using all by hand. This save, I'm using the carts, which hold 400, so I don't really need the logistics as much. Although I do need to build more tier 2 science soon. I just don't have that much leather. And we already went through my world map, maximized my leather extraction. I could actually switch to cloth for my clothes. We could switch to cloth for the clothes, and we'd have tons of leather. The Kryptonians make cloth, so I'd have to receive it here. And they are. There's already 2 fabrics, so that should work. Why don't you make the clothing out of cloth? Negative 290. Yeah, instantly. I haven't leveled up my weavers yet. Because I never needed to, because I wasn't using it. Up until now, I've only been using cloth as a decoration for furniture. One of the races likes cloth. I didn't give it to the humans. The Dondorians have cloth bed sheets, and my hospitals use it as bandages. The Tonians are making cloth. I barely have any, but I also barely have any clothes production. So let's see what we can do with technology. They do get an upgrade, so we want to hit that. The upgrades are huge, although this, shoot, it uses mechanical components, which I don't use yet. And the second I add mechanical components, all of my janitors will want to hold mechanical components. .004 machinery. Everything's a trade-off, right? Like, you can upgrade your houses to have basements and upstairs, and they get little staircases, but then they need cut stone to maintain. Unless you're running out of space, I'm not sure about that one. I think I'm still gonna need another one even with the upgrade. Excuse me. Now they're gonna weave the cloth. And how's this, actually? You don't think so? If they don't have maintenance, then they're much better. Oh, I don't think I have the tech yet. Fires tech, second floor. Oh no, I got the basements in. Yeah, I don't upgrade the houses because I don't want... Well, here, we can check. Maintenance. 55.37. Didn't go up. I've always gone under the assumption that that would then cost those resources after. Save. I'm upgrading other things. I did not click that. I did want to upgrade a lot of houses just to see, but if I upgraded everything else, it wouldn't jive with my point. Where are all the houses over here? $55.37. Let's check the carpentry now. Minus 220. Man, if that doesn't affect maintenance, that makes my city so much more efficient. So we're adding it upstairs. It allows an extra family or two to live in each, or 3 or 4, depending on the size of the house. Does not seem to affect it. Now it's affecting my stockpiles. But that's okay, that's why we have stockpiles. I get all these. Got all those. Sweet. Wow. Look at our free housing. Actually, it'll show you. Doesn't seem quite right. Only added 4 houses and I upgraded 6. Now it is free housing, actually. Maybe people are taking them. Either way, this will help a lot. So what this will do is more people can live here now. So if he works here, for instance, he can now move here, and then his proximity to work's better, his proximity to food's better, because he could be living here, right? And then when he's at work and he has to go home and he has to eat. So you want to have the work, food and stuff, both near their work and near their home. Surprised I have this much cut stone. It went from 55.37 to 55.38, guys. Game over. No kindergarten. No, I do not have children. Do not have children. That was a warehouse. I don't want to upgrade it. Children are actually glitched this patch too. Now, I don't, that's not why I don't have them. Children get all of the health debuffs and none of the health bonuses. On that big 30,000, it was last patch actually, but it's this patch too. On that big 30,000 city I have, your health debuff, you get a population debuff. And see it says times 0.09, it goes down to times 0.03. But my children all had 0.04 health. I've upgraded all my wells and they can't hit tier 3. So if I did it by accident, it was the right thing to do. But what was I gonna say? The man, I just lost it. Yeah, so the children can't get any of the health buffs. So they run around at 0.04 and drag your overall health number down. Now how I countered it in my big city actually is you can give your slaves access to bathhouses, which gives them a multiplier on their health and boosts the health overall in your city. They don't get any happiness from it, but it does buff their health. You can get free health if you have extra bathhouse room by just letting your slaves go in it. This city, everyone's running full rations, which is another big contributor to health. And then physicians, which are the largest contributor to health. Actually, they're perfectly tied right now. Physicians are my only people using tools, and I have very few of them, and they have a massive impact. There's 2 people in each one. We're definitely not servicing everyone. It'll go up to times 4. I try and keep it above times 3. Man, I upgraded those tailors. We need mechanical components now. Looks like a good size. Oh, I don't have it unlocked. Mechanic. Now that's slightly too far and I don't have a warehouse for it. Actually, is it Dondorians who like to do that? I should check. They do all the other metalworking though. Mechanics. Nobody really likes it actually, but Dondorians are the best at it at 120%. Well, Cantors. But Cantors are like gods. They're the best at everything, but they don't work. Looks weird. I think I'm gonna have to put coal. No, because this needs metal. I'm making the metal right here. I kind of want to make more metal at some point too. I'll probably be back here. I was worried he was going to be too far from the goods, but do you know what? The mechanic has such a low throughput. I wonder if that matters. Like if they have a super high throughput. If it matters. Did I make that out of wood? Bet you I did. Stone? Oh, it's gone. Whoops. Stone. Mechanic. Now, this is to block the noise, but I've since realized Dondorians like noise. I just... Nah. Yeah, they actually like noise. Speaking of things people like, I need a glass of water. I need to be 1 minute. Actually, we're at the 4-hour point. I just realized in 2 minutes. That's why I'm so thirsty. I need to stand up and stretch. Refill my tea. I'm gonna get up for like 3 or 4 minutes. I started late today, so it's weird. And I've been frigging with my computer. I have the weirdest issue. Some sort of block between me and YouTube somewhere. Anyways, there is an ad starting on Twitch in like 45 seconds. I'm gonna go grab the tea, and I'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes. Intermission. We can try and put you with somebody. Well traveled. Oh, it's nighttime. Like, why are there no caravans on the road? We're actually full of booze. That's crazy. Oh, did I miss it now? Man. Like, this is a really high throughput item. If they're far from their storage, they have to get it a lot. I think the mechanic only needs to get stuff like once a day. Alright, hopefully there's no pop-ups. I'll be back in 1 second. Inslee, yo. Fell asleep on the couch before stream. I haven't got to the point with children yet. I forgot to mention that. I was planning on adding them eventually, but the Dondorians can't make children. They have to walk out of the mountain. So I think they'd just be my bottleneck then. Yeah, I started really late today. I've been fighting some network or PC issues. I don't even know. Working today, though. Working today. Well, yes. Yeah, I have to keep it under 20 megabytes a second to YouTube. Don't know why. There's a ton of different issues it could be, though. Yeah, it's weird. If I do a speed test on like Ookla or anywhere, I get 1,000. And if I do it on Google's homepage, I get 1,000 down and 20 megabytes up. And Google owns YouTube. And that seems to reflect in my connection to YouTube. And I cannot figure it out. Yeah, I changed my router, network cable, tried a different computer. My ISP to switch the channel. Like, they sent me a new router too. They can't figure it out either. Super weird. And it's like on my phone, on my wife's computer, on my computer. It could literally be any other service and I'd never notice either. I only want above 20 megabytes to one website, you know? I don't upload anything that big anywhere else. Now, it could be my PC maxing out too. No, and I'm not using Wi-Fi or anything. Fibob directly to my computer. I do live pretty remotely, but it's just the one server, just the Google server. It wasn't always like that. It's fairly recent too. Yeah, my house was transferred by the king. To be fair, the money I paid for it with also had the king on it, so... Actually, it wouldn't have. It would have had the queen on it. I haven't seen any of our new money with the king on it yet, because I don't really use cash anywhere. Go to an ATM just to see. Get some chuck bucks. These numbers are just going up super slowly. Not really much more I can give them. I could build some more taverns. I don't have any workforce either. Speaker finished. We finished the paper makers. And so the happiness, this game gets harder as you go instead of easier. So their wants and needs increase with your population. So if I just let the humans in to fix my workforce problem, because there's 300 of them waiting, these people's needs will go up because my overall pop, and they'll start immigrating even slower, which is why I'm kind of trying to let them trickle in. Some rounds from RCM? No, lost me. Oh, the mint? Royal Canadian Mint, possibly. Nice. I got it before it had to be explained. One went way over my head earlier. Thought we were talking about stir sticks. We were talking about... I can't even remember now. Man, I'm so scatterbrained today. Thanks for the follow, by the way. See, there's not really much to do at the moment. We're very profitable. Everything is kind of going up. I don't need another worker. We're not even building anything. I guess next we'd probably want to unlock more upgrades. Especially if the house upgrades don't cost anything. That means I'm not so averse to researching it, and we can get spoilage and stuff. We have so much stockpile, 10% spoilage. That is our throne room slash where all of our imports get dumped on the ground, so it's just filled with export depots. That's all my dudes exporting wheat. These guys are exporting wood. No stone to export. Not exporting any finished goods. I'm just letting them redline and the factories throttle off. I have enough money. Once you get too much money, you start to hit inflation. It starts to sap it away anyways. Now, humans, I think one of their traits is they like you to be rich. I know there's a wealth stat somewhere. Riches, there it is. Dislike tourists? I have tourism turned off for now. I never actually build it. We could build a tourist building. See how it works. Almost out of room to store my rations. Well, not really. 14,000 more space. No, that's just a really big bar. Oh, there, it actually tells you. Oh yeah, I have room for 25,000 more. We have a couple circle buildings. We got that one. My dude's houses are circle buildings. I haven't decided what goes here yet. I really just copy pasted that one everywhere. I usually, when I have map room, after I design something, I'll just put it down on the map and suspend it. So now if I need another one, I can just... City's going pretty well. We're using carts to transport everything between. I got a bunch of different little civilizations. We actually have booze. Now you can't actually get them above 2 or 3 drink rations. Whoops, just clicked off the game. Without taverns. Did we build that extra Dondorian tavern? I think we built a few more taverns. Has my lizard survived thus far? I just saw. I'm so bad at missing messages. I don't think anyone has survived. We can find out. Oprah's still alive. Oh yeah. Zuck Senpai. Still alive. Amevian Master of Play Pets. 113. What's the lifespan on an Amevia? Oh, you're getting close. There are 2 above 120. 1 above there. Yeah, 8. You're one of the 8 between 112. This is the population distribution. Senpai is named after one of the YouTube chatters. The only YouTube channel. There's a couple. Yeah, humans live to be 70. Pigs. So this is one of the things too. So my Garthemi, I have them training to 90%, but they don't actually live long. And where I'm using immigration, well, they come in young as immigrants. Wow. Humans don't come in very young as immigrants. So when you get human immigration, they're mostly 10 to 12. Whereas if you birth them yourself, they'll start training to be soldiers when they're 5. And by the time they're 10, they can be 90% trained. Lizards are hardy and like to get old. Dondorians too, actually. 129. Well, there's one of them's 140. Elves, 113. Man, we got rooked. We got rooked. Mr. Brightsford, good morning. There's a few interesting names. I actually missed it. Probably for the best. Zatik Korsha. Bringing fish somewhere else. Let's find it. These people eat a lot of fish for vegetarians. So he dumps them here at the unloading place, and then scroll? Ah, scroll. And then they just unload them to here, and then the food places will take them from here. And if this ever goes empty, it just requests more. The booze is pretty busy, actually. That gets thrown around a lot. Same with the bread. We nuked this, and then we buffed them. It still says positive, negative. Like, it's full. Or minus 190 a day. We'll see how that plays out. I think I'm going to need some more weavers. We switched one of the clothiers from leather to cloth. And there's still lots of cloth here. Try and free up some leather. And it did. But it said this is negative now. But it's... I'm wondering if it's just full and the factories haven't throttled up because they were off. Don't do the lizard dirty. He's homeless and only has a year to live. You're not wrong. Look, though, you're out friggin' around on an island. Sitting on a bench on an island? Yeah, sure. Hard life. Shade of a tree, too, look. You don't even want to warm that blood up. That's how lazy. Homeless. And so you can build fancy homes for your lords. They use diamonds and stuff, which we actually have all of the ingredients for. Just haven't, because it doesn't really affect anything. They're only given as much say as a regular person, and I only have 10 of them, so 10 people compared to 5.5 thousand. I don't have any real say. Wouldn't that be nice? No. Actually, though. Sorry, I kind of just intruded on bathroom time. Twice? Wow. So if you are actively trying to make their stay on land terrible, suggested these things being suitable. More torches. More jewelry. More clothes. I'm not a racist, but some of these are a lower breed, and he doesn't like the other species in the city. Different species actually have different tolerances of each other. Others, yeah. He's not a racist, but those people, yeah. I guess we let in some more people soon. Back to negative workforce. Hey, that city, those Dondorians finally got in gear. What was this one supposed to do? Vegetables and fish. It also has iron. We could use a bit more fish. fish, vegetable, and 1 iron, just because I like seeing more carts, and iron carts leave every day. There. Now the fish should be even fuller than they are. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fish come in every day too, actually. That would be an interesting mechanic. Yeah, if you could indoctrinate them to be... Dogs are fairly consistent. They just want to eat people. Man, stick to your guns, right? As long as you're predictable, other people can deal with that. You know, you just got to be consistent. Yeah. Yeah, if education and indoctrination made them more tolerant. Well, I guess if they're slaves, it technically does. So you can make them more submissive. An extreme form of tolerance. Is it though? No, you know what? This game opens up a lot of conversations I don't want to get into sometimes. I don't know why there's not road. These people use dirt roads. It doesn't even cost resources. I don't know why they don't have a road. This is the King's Road. You don't even have to maintain it, but they definitely don't like it. Doesn't look like they were actually supposed to use that. Negative workers, though. So this is just going to be people doing it in their free time. But where there's no materials, should be pretty quick. Yeah. Lots of empty housing here. We did upgrade all the wells today. Maintenance 0.14. That was from upgrading these. Hey, OBS actually captured the screenshot screen for once. Yeah, I don't have any schools yet, actually. None. How is the paper? Should be really good. Yeah. I find education's really hard. I see some people do it really easily. It takes a lot of time. I've done the children's schools a lot. I find the universities take a lot of workforce. They kind of work like the barracks is. Where they train up over time, and you set what level you want them to get educated to. Think you do that right in the university, maybe? Or is this it? There, education limits. Yeah, days to educate. So humans get educated really quick. Oh, and does it change? But like, I'd want them to go up high. They do get a huge boost. Do I have enough science? Where's the university? $50 of those, eh? So the university, each student though is a worker who doesn't work. And they consume paper, which we don't have that much of. I'd probably want to get the... Sure, the racists will get right on teaching tolerance in the schools. This is a Cretonian. He is not food, but they are delicious. How to bug 101. Home ec for bugs. I guess we let in a few more humans? I don't know. I gotta make them slightly happier. A slaver has arrived. We're actually not doing slaves, because I'm trying to keep everybody happy. And one of their stats is they don't like it if you keep their kind enslaved. Can't really give them much more. I could try another market. See if they pick up slightly more. We're gonna have to move into the services tab for them. I feel like bathhouse is next because everybody likes it equally. And I have to get the upstairs, but if they don't cost maintenance, that's actually a good thing. So we need 110 points. This is the building that produces that type of points. They consume paper, which is here. We put another bank of them here. Or we could go up further. I could spread the city up. Bugs don't care if you have bug slaves? Really? Cool. You don't know where that stat is. Former slave, other slaves, they actually like it. Okay, but everybody likes it. Oh yeah, they don't have a bar here for slaves. Yeah, they don't care, eh? So if I got them, everybody else might like, well, that they wouldn't. The Talapis of Lupu Island have been plotting treason. Resentment about being ruled by a human has simmered unnoticed by your administrators. For a long time, the Talapis have funded a number of raiders in secret. Conspiracy was noticed by one of your administrators. Reported conspirators will be put to death. There are likely a lot more who were able to cover their tracks. Drastic measures might be able to root out most of them, and an indiscriminate seizure of Talapi assets along with it will prevent this from reoccurring. Alternately, you could be lenient, which will have less of an impact on the region, and may be enough to convince the Talapis that being ruled by a human is not so bad. Spend $1 million, or be lenient. Lappy fillets, drastic measures. $1 million. Luckily, your garrison remained loyal or just acknowledged the futility of fighting your whole empire. In a short time, they accomplished the goals set by you. The seized assets are already on the way to your treasury. No doubt many humans took part. Loyalty humans, loyalty Talapis in one region. Lupu Island, was it? I own somewhere called Lupu Island. So the Talapi population is going to increase for a bit, I guess. And then go back down in 15 days. Things feel stable for now. One noble to revenge kill another out of rage and embarrassment, plunging the whole place into a civil war. The education actually does give you a big boost. So do religions, actually. Like once you get the temple, that's probably a good thing to go to, because we want to convert them all to Atherism anyways. Well, all those things require that I build more of this. I didn't leave anywhere I could copy it anymore. See, I'm bringing all the paper right here to use here. It's being made down here. This is kind of a good spot for these. Then, you know, I guess the cities are going to blend together eventually. That's far from food. I'm going to have to put more food, which means I'm going to need another warehouse. I guess the paper comes on the train thing. Could have another one, but then I have to keep paper in multiple places. Trains, I wish. Prefer Pepsi. Bold statement. Perma ban. It's not too far. It's a good spot, actually. Walls? Actually, whoops. Is that not part of the building? Well, I'm just confusing myself here. Man, that's kind of a bad spot for that. I guess I could make these... We could just do a different one. Don't actually need the giant ones. These are almost the same length as those. Now, I was thinking I was going to put two more warehouses here. I could design a new one that actually fits, too. Doubt. Cut off all the space up there. If I flipped it around, I think they'll be able to walk behind it. I think that'll be enough. Yeah, we will need a couple more people. Instant. There's only 50 more of these guys. Might as well. $276 more of them. They're all set to 1111, but they're just not jiving with us. We're gonna unlock another building and upgrade them. I spent a lot of stone. Doesn't go up all that fast. Yeah, the house upgrades aren't drawing any stone. Can't believe I've been avoiding them for so long. Do not seem to affect maintenance. Our eggs. wheat season. Hundreds of thousands of wheat are currently entering the city. Hundreds of thousands? 6616 times 16. That's how much wheat is entering the city. This is empty. Graded it the second time. It is closer to these than this is. Get some bread on the shelves though, because we're full still. University, yeah, they learn for so long just to die. That's what I was talking about that with the soldiers too. So, I'm not making my own people. There are like nurseries. And for instance, humans start working at 5. So I have all my humans training to be soldiers. I have everybody training to be soldiers. But they're all training, well, 10%, 10%, 30%. So like, let's say this squad, they're training to be 30%. Right now, because I'm relying on immigration, humans, yes. Like we have 3 under 5 to 7. Most of my humans, the youngest ones are 10 to 12. Even then there's only 16 of them, right? The average age of your immigrants is here, right? They immigrate here. And even older, you can get like 60-year-old immigrants. So somebody immigrates when they're 60, you know what I mean? He might train until he dies and never do anything productive for my city. Whereas if I have a baby and he's 5, he'll be 30% trained by the time an immigrant would even show up in the city. He'll be done his training. And same with school. If you only want him to educate to 50%, you could have a kid be an educated warrior by the time an immigrant would normally even land in your city. So that's one of the big benefits of having a native population. It'd be hard to balance though with what I'm doing with all the 6 races, because they all have different like breeding rates and speeds and stuff. And Dondorians you can't breed, so we'd have to figure out how to get them to walk out of the forest faster. Administration problems. Yep, they're all maxed. Now, do we just keep going up? Never had a conversation about this game before. Yeah, it warrants one. Enjoy your day. Night. Present. There we go. Enjoy the present. Yeah, there's a lot to it. A few cheap roads for him. Building quickly. Paper says it's very positive. I don't always believe it. Ah, that would have a big effect. Hold wood, please. Is that their trick? Former slave tolerance? So you can just buy and free them. Now, would my other races care? I did that a lot in my 30,000 pop city. Oh my god, I bought so many people. I had so many children too. Disliked. No, they don't like it. But that goes away. That goes away over time. believe. I'm not sure. Now, that's probably the strat, just because it is the quickest way. You balance that out with something else, right? You're like, well, if I'm going to add that, let's just hit them with, you know, bathhouses. I was surprised how much Talapi's like trees, actually. 2.5 points for trees. Which is like, I think get 4.5 from a well. 3.5 from a food stall. Oh, there's so many changes. I use the search feature because the UI has been reworked like 8 times since I bought the game. I don't know where anything is. $99 administration issues. Might actually need more of these. I'm building it out of cut stone too, which I probably shouldn't be doing. We're gonna need more of those soon too. Yeah, I only have 3 for now, so room for more here. Stone's here, stone mine's here. Now we're getting that from tax too. Actually mining like 30% of it. I don't know why they're being forced to walk outside for that. Garthemis like noise? What's your noise tolerance? Do not care. They do not care. Try and tune in again. Oh, I appreciate the VODs too. Considers you a hive leader destined for greatness. See? Boom. He wants to honor Krator more. He's going to be solely disappointed. He wants Dark Plaza roads. Courts are overrated. I could judge them for you, my lord. All I need is a quick glance. It's all in the eyes, you see? He's mad that I'm giving people fair judgment. He wants me to persecute. Who he wants to persecute. And he wants pools. Strongly believes Garthemis are Garthemian and should do what Garthemis do, not intermingle with other species. Considers the merciful ways of its kin and weakness. Don't they like this enslave and eat all the other races? I don't know how merciful they are. Maybe he just wants to eat? Well, they already got wood here. That will boost up the paper maker. See, it was only around 200. Now it's at 300 because they were walking here to get wood, or possibly here. And now they're not. These are far from food. These jobs up here. Now, at the same time, it doesn't really matter because my humans are my happiest. They're actually 100% happy, so couple won't drag them down, but they do. I'm giving them 5 or 6 meals a day or something, so they do go to eat midday while they're at work. Now I'd want to put another bank of warehouses. I haven't put a single second bank of warehouses in a city yet. Every one of my cities just has 3 warehouses in the middle. New room, library. Yeah, we're gonna either go university or that other thing I said, bathhouse. New library. How's our city doing? It's almost there. This one's fixing the clay. We will need a city for stone. Is that your only city, Narkla? This might be a bad day to be you. Oh, and you have stone. Do I own Ampercursed? I do. Well, that's probably the one we take then, eh? Where's my army? Ah, Army 1 disappeared. It must have walked through enemy territory and disappeared because it was empty, so my plan isn't perfect. This army's super close to that dude anyways. How many troops do you have? Actually, do these guys still hate me from that betrayal thing we did? No. Everybody really likes me. 373 troops there. 95 there, so he has like 450 troops. I want to have less than that, but better, because he only takes numbers into account, and then he'll attack me and I won't have to siege him. So 135, 135, 135. That should do it, right? 404, error. And then we'll go take out Narkla, because it has a stone mine. And we're slightly low on stone. We fixed the wood. The clay's getting fixed by that city we're waiting on. And yeah, we switched the clay to cloth. The cloth still redlining. Bound for Mout. We have a very fragmented empire. I started near 3 people, but Purple, Ducal Ferenin, knocked them all out and surrounded me. And then I only had 1 trade partner. I just recently was able to take this city to unlock 2 new trade partners. Now you can increase your relation with them. If this hit 2.5, which I could do with embassies, then we could become colleagues, and you can trade through your colleagues to the people they border as well. Now we're not hurting for money. I actually have too much. He has a lot of catapults too again. Generating. So the university buff though, same with the temple buff, you can get like 20 or 50% production boost from them. Do you educate them high enough? I don't know what the actual upper end is, but it's a decent size buff. The temples are a good buff because that makes them happy too, and it doesn't take them away from being workers. But they're very expensive to maintain, especially with how my cities are laid out. I can't afford 6 temples. They're 25 Sithalon a day each. I should have hired 4 squads. Now, city defense troops don't have weapons. He had very few actual soldiers that do. He has archers. Good luck. Start. I want you guys to run here. Form up. Hit them. I'm gonna scare away all their catapults. Think. I think this will work actually. They should fan out, get them good. Not quite close enough. Ooh. Ooh, hey, they got themselves. That'll hurt your morale. Yeah, seriously. Getting freaking cannonballed by your own people can't be good. We scared them all away, but this one. Come on. It's right there. They can be pretty obtuse. Controlling them. Here, everybody. Here. Just touch it. They run away when you touch them. Wow, he's stubborn, eh? Got him. Alright, now come back down and help. Oh, this squad's not helping. Here. Charge. No? Fast. Click to continue. Release the prisoners. That's my... Some of my people don't like chivalry, right? This is a choice too. But more of them like chivalry than don't. Occupy. Let's see what species they were. No Dondorians. Just our luck. So I want this number to be... Moisture 91, area 66. So this city is probably better as a tier 3 or 4. If both those numbers are close to 1, I usually take the city higher. That's like a population multiplier. Like this one would be much harder to get to 1.2k. Right, than the other cities. It looks like it might not even do it without the 3rd level. Whereas the other one might only need 2 of these, so you get a lot more workforce out of it. Now, it's going to take a minute, because these people are all going to leave, and the humans and Dondorians have to move in. Don't need health. I just want this to be over 600 for now. And we'll take a bit of stone. And this only needs 300, so I'm leaving this building down, because this is going to rebalance itself. Like, these many fish don't want to live under a human ruler kind of thing. But now we have a bit more stones, so I don't have to turn up the stone mine, which we also just already have. It says we're full, but we bought a bunch. We bought a bunch. Was it stone I was supposed to be fixing? Clay's the other city. Yeah, we did the wood one. Taverns are all full. Restaurants too. Very rarely did restaurants. I think it's helping my people's food preference be higher than it normally is. You guys want to get drunker? Here you go. Nothing else I can give to them. Says there, hey, I just saw one of them move in. Sick. Says I have booze. It'll show negative now because I just told them to consume more, and because we're full, the production's probably throttled off. But once they start consuming more, this one's throttled off because it's full. This is the storage you put it in. And then we distribute it all with carts. But there's nowhere to take it right now. What's happening, so this throttles off, and most of my productions are throttled off. Still haven't built that machine factory yet. They're getting close. New administration. So these consume paper to like run your government. And this can go down to like a 50% buff on everything. Or up to plus 10%, but like minus 50%. Overhead only becomes important at 3,500 workers. Yeah, and they just, everything consumes a lot of paper. It's gone up 2,000 since I looked at it though. I don't know if the paper factories were out of wood or if we actually needed more paper factories, but we did both. Fix the carpentry too. This should be full in a minute. And then it's the clay, which is this city growing wildly slowly. This new one has clay too, actually. Now we have billions of dollars. I can just buy a bit of clay for now. $13,500 deal. Is there anything else we needed? I'm just burning money to inflation. I think I used most of these. 2.17 million? Thank you, sir. Yeah, we were low on those two. Might as well keep them around. You can keep your money in gems. They spoil really slowly. And don't suffer inflation. Oh, did we get enough tech for the bathhouse? We could upgrade our food stalls and markets again too. Well, that's a huge one. Same with apparently the tavern has an upgrade. Bathhouse, 1.5 points. Food stall, market. We got 1.5 points left on each one. What's the next upgrade cost? Gonna cut stone, pottery, and furniture. All of which we have. Exquisite dining and extravagant markets. Fanciness. That's what the plaza tile looks like too, actually, if you start using that. Out of stone. See, I knew we needed 8,000 stone. Like, guess where it is? No, you can actually use this menu to find it. It has already entered my city. Oh, there it is. Sweet. And then the markets. They use much less because they're tiny. Actually, not much less. They still use a lot. This is going to put the pottery negative, but I already have the next factories for that set up. I don't have the next factories for cut stone set up. So there, we just upgraded all of the food stalls and markets. You can see the little blue trickling in already. Should result in a little population boost. 94% happy. Along with the added booze, we just gave a few of them. I got the stones. Where is the stone? Abby, where is the stone? Make the inside of their house nicer. He did ask for more cobblestone roads, you know? I can put a market in here, look at that. Neat. I very rarely put these away from my food stalls. I was gonna go for the university, but I wanted the happiness buff. Little blue's good. When you see the orange, it's bad. There's some orange. Food days went down a little. That's just time of year. I mean, day 1 of summer, we're about to get day 2 of summer, the harvest start. Vegetables specifically. Vegetables. Day 4 is fruit. Mushrooms are pretty late in the year too. I think bathhouse is the next biggest one. It's consistent above everybody because some people, like we have fight pits, some people don't care about fight pits. Everybody seems to get 1.5 from bathhouses, and they boost health, which is nice, but our health's pretty good. Really good. It only needs to stay above 1. We're at 2.4. Below 1 you can get hit with diseases and pandemics. Very harsh. That was a quick drop. Corpse multiplier. Something bad just happened. Wow, 40 deaths? We had an accident in our clay mine. We lost 40 of these dudes. Damn. We just had a giant accident in the clay mine and lost 40 amoebias, which is why I build such small businesses. Like if this was just one big... Stop locking me back to that person. If this was just one big carpenter, or like if all of these were one big paper maker with 300 people, an accident could kill 300 people. And like at 6,000 people, that's not terrible, but it's not good. But if an accident happens in one of these and kills 20 people, I can ignore it. There are notifications that interrupt the game. I have that turned off. Because I normally split them up. That's one of my biggest... That is my biggest single building. I think it's the clay pit. Now, we just took a world territory to try and subsidize it a bit. Since last accident, 0. There's a tech you can research to reduce the amount of accidents too. They're pretty frequent though, actually. That's why I have the notifications off. It pauses the game every time. I have a bunch of them turned off, actually. Anything that doesn't need my attention. Like accidents. There's not even anything you can do about it, but it's good to know sometimes. Especially early on. You know, you lose 10% of your population. It's a big deal. Housing? Yeah, we put basements everywhere. Look, the housing finally caught up. 1.3 thousand free houses. Not everywhere, apparently. I missed right here. Requires tech, 2nd floor. Actually, you know what tech I should have researched? Dang it. It's the library upgrade. Library upgrade, because that'll just give me more points to upgrade more buildings. We'll do it next. We're gonna get a big population boost from this, I think. They're almost up to 1,000, which I wanted. Yeah, everyone's breaking 90% now. At 80%, they start immigrating, but at a certain level, that's not enough. They don't go to the market as often. Negative. Not out of anything anywhere. Wow, we have a lot of posts. Did I ever build archery ranges? Oh, I did. Cool. Probably use a few more of those. They were homeless and I never fixed that, eh? Oh, but we upgraded the houses? That probably did it. Vacant. I don't actually plan on using our city troops at any point, but I like to keep a lot around. 600 Talapis training to be archers, apparently. Spots for 80. Archery takes forever, too. Find this is a lot quicker. You can probably build the fourth one now. We have 200 free workers. Even if not, I should probably have them doing work. Like, I'm eventually gonna want this cleared out. Digging, I find, makes your people insane, too. But we should have some room in the asylums. I didn't mean to build 3. I meant to build 2. I just wanted them working, and I accidentally built 3. They have food right there. This would probably be a good spot for some more housing. Screenshot. Or anything, really. We just have 200 free workers. Trying to slowly creep up to 6,000 for the next upgrade, too, and then you get a ton more noble promotions. You can conquer so much more of the world. Do Themes need any digging? Not really. They will, though. They're gonna need more room. Digging takes a long time, so like if I'm not actively doing anything, let them dig for a bit, but I think it also gives them a chance to go insane. There used to be a mechanic called Dig Too Deep, where there was a tile on the map that drove a ton of people insane at once. Now I think it's just as you dig more tiles, it makes them more and more insane. It's like we're only about 60% full or so, though. Maybe a bit higher. These use rations, and the deranged people get brought here, and then after a certain amount of time, they come back out, ready to go. You get a little blurb. Like, spent some time with the good doctors at Asylum Number 1. Thinks Amavias are cute and will pester any that have the misfortune of meeting him with incessant questions. And we got our first mechanic. Yeah, see, so this tailor said it was too far from this warehouse, here to here, to officially get resources, but when it was using, 182 leather a day, and it was making clothes back then, which uses even more, or less, apparently. So I gave him closer leather. Now this only uses like 30 things a day, so I think it can be further from the source, because it has less production. That man will be found stabbed by amoebians next week. Who knows? Could have already happened. Disease! I don't think you get a proper burial if you die from disease. I think they take you outside the city to the pit. Yep. Poor guy. Right back to making chairs. Took a break from making chairs to drag a fish to a pit. We have execution, so they executed somebody. Pretty good for law, actually. I haven't put too much thought into it. Put a tiny courthouse in every town, big one in the center. And a couple of guardhouses. It's pretty close. Pretty close. There it is. Murdered. Bet you that's him. No, Devious Pain. You actually can't click their burb after they've been murdered. He's in Talapi Town too. No amoebias around. A lot of that, the species hate each other, some of them, so... Hey, we broke 1,000 dondos. Is that the actual goal? 2,000 of each species. Taverns is something we could have more of. Now, they're not upgraded, so the bar'd be low. It's really only the pigs that care a lot about them. Now, your drink servings, I found, won't go above 2, I think it is, without taverns. So you need the taverns to push that higher. Feel like we're still full on alcohol. It says minus. Let's get the fish drunk. Get everybody drunk. We can build more alcohol. We have all the inputs. It's like, now I have nothing left to give. Actually, no. Still have a bit of cut stone. That should make these all read heavily negative. Now, they could be. I doubt they're still full. No, this one's still full. They're on auto, but it's probably turned down for a bit. I just turned up the drinks, so there's more demand. They take them in. Special delivery. Maybe they should get a road. Alcohol dropped off here. Warehouse will grab it out. This warehouse. It's mostly full already, though. And then it gets put into this tavern. They can drink it right out of the warehouse. Now all my taverns are definitely pushed, except for this one, apparently. Try not to be too perfect for them. Need room for improvement for when we inevitably mess something up. Do they care about statues? No. Food stall way up there now. Market will go to the same level because they're side by side. It'll just take longer to get there, I think. They go to the food stall every day. They don't need a new chair every day. This market's hurting. I was thinking this northern stuff should be hurting. I've been thinking about putting something else here for a while. Ground food. Even more coming in. I should probably actually do the second tier upgrade to all my food warehouses now. Even though it's going to cost me 1 cut stone, pottery, and furniture a day. We only have 6 of them. And they hold a lot more afterwards. Like, currently holds 2.4 thousand fish. Now it holds 4,000. Food. Already did it to that one. Let's see the 3 dots. Just because it's going on the ground. And if it goes in the warehouse, it counts towards this number. We have enough pop now. Apparently don't have quite enough rations. Only have 1 ration maker, though. I mean, we could upgrade that at any time. Okay, yeah, that's 6. There, now instead of putting all that on the ground, the bread has some places to go, everything. Wiggle room. It'll stop our exports for a minute, though. That can be dangerous, too, actually, because your export depots work on percentages. And, like, if I was importing based on percent, let's say, and then I upgraded all those, all of a sudden I only have 40% full instead of 60%, and it's like, you wanted to buy 80,000 fruits. It's like, oh, no. Whoops. It's 100 for that one. I think we want that next. We could reduce on 4 points off the university too. Administration buffs. Already done that. These are green points actually. Soldiering. 10% more on my soldiers. I have a lot of soldiers. Once you unlock the first few green point buildings, they're only really for boosting stuff like bread. Which I haven't boosted because we have too much bread. Here, baking. Weaving was fine. Like mining, that'll add 16 workers for 6 points. Have enough fish. Can never have enough leather, really. Tools. Paper maker tools. Ah, masonry. Perfect. Yeah, that's going up a lot slower than it was, but it's still going up. Everything's still going up. It says it's been going down for a long time. I don't believe it. Watching performance. See a lot of them standing right there, eh? Let's buff up that area a little bit. No benches here at all. Happy Sunday, Think Like. Happy Sunday. These people are having a happy Sunday too. Trying to get closer to 1,000 each before I start letting in more. But we got more people waiting. We got tons of free workforce, actually. City's going quite well. We got lots of carts. She is bringing leather to be made into clothes and armor. Drops it off here. Bang. Grabbed out, put into this one actually. And then we use it here. Store it here too, actually, but there's no workers in this one. This one's just for tax leather. And I'm digging a bunch of useless holes in the mountain because I have a lot of free workers. Look at all the stone on the ground when the lightning flashes. No, it's going really well, actually. Maybe I build another barracks. From free barracks housing, because we gave them all upstairs. Oh yeah, and we were told that the house upgrades, they don't actually cost maintenance, which makes them OP. I thought they sucked because of how much maintenance they costed. But if they cost none, they just make your city better. So now we can give everywhere a second floor. Pretty cheap too. Maintenance. 151.16. It went down, but I think that was something else. Oh yeah, look. Upstairs, downstairs. Lets them all hold more people. I used to avoid them because it adds cut stone to the building, and I thought you'd have to then maintain it because everything else works like that. Apparently the house upgrades are one-time costs. We have like infinite money, so costs don't matter. I don't want to upgrade all the warehouses yet. Was missing its first upgrade. See, that's why I've been double checking. Maybe Atlantis, Garthemiville. And Dondoria. Is that right? We got them all? Yeah. We have so much housing now. 2,000 free houses. So what that'll do, though, is it'll let people move closer to their work. Because now, basically, every single house on the map has somewhere someone can go. So if somebody was living far from their work and it affected their proximity, they'll be able to get closer and closer. And all my houses are really central to the cities. And the maintenance actually went down a bit. No, it definitely doesn't affect maintenance, which means it's worthwhile. Yeah, we have very little cut stone again. That's dangerous because it means I might not have it in all my warehouses everywhere for maintenance. Thinking about just buying 10,000. Oh, jeez, look at that. The cart got here and it's gone. I wonder what they grabbed. Clay. They grabbed clay. Unavailable clay. This place has a clay mine. I'm waiting for it to hit. 1.2 thousand people. In the meantime, we're gonna buy some. There's Purple. He's the biggest. $8,000 clay. Let's refill the cut stones we just spent. How much did that look like it was going to be? Like, that much? Close. Close. 3.3 mil. Yeah, everybody likes me, actually. So, game's kind of weird with diplomacy in that only people who neighbor your capital can declare war on you. And everybody that neighbors my capital are giant people I can't fight. I neighbor yellow, green, and purple. And I'm this color. So these disconnected places that are also mine can't be declared war on, it seems. I don't know. It all seems kind of broken. But I can't fight these guys, so I haven't been able to fight them. So I've just been picking off minor nations. And then the other minor nations beside them hate me, want to fight me. But because they can't touch my capital, they can't declare war, I think. So I've just been going around and picking them off one by one. All the neighbors like me. Big brawl, 5 deaths? Or probably 5 smaller brawls. We did add a lot of alcohol to the mix. That one's getting full. I think I need to build one more of these soon. Although this one says still has room. One worker. This one pulls from this one pulls from this one. This one gets rations from here, which come in on this cart. From here. Eventually. 545 a day. To and through fish. We eat a lot of fish. There's more spoilage than the ration maker's making, actually. Now, fish tax comes in daily. Unlike the other tax, so there's a near constant supply. And all my taxes come in from the left. So, these 2 roads. So this place gets supplied pretty early. Dondoria usually gets rooked on everything. Except for chairs and stuff, because they make those. So they have tons of places to sit, but nothing to eat sometimes. Look, no eggs. The eggs haven't made it to Dondoria. Poor guys. Egg. Dondorian actor. Retiree. Must be really old. 43. Wow, the ripe old age of 43. Yeah. 1 of 9. There's one guy out of the 43 age bracket. One singular Garthemi has lived to be older than this dude. Pseudo rations. I'm letting them eat them. We have tons of actual rations. Starting to fight spoilage on that one. Steady gain of population. %, 90%, 89. Isn't it? Meat. Wow, fish is really bad. Same with bread. There is a spoilage tech, which is really good. I forgot to do the upgrade for them. I think that's our next one. Advanced library. Paper's all right there, but I think I want more warehouses here. It doesn't quite fit, eh? Kinda want this pattern again. Ooh, I can just leave that corner actually. There it is. Trying to make them out of stone. I'm being cheap on these libraries. I just placed that the wrong way? What's going on here? No? Why does that not look like it lines up with this shape at all? Oh, because I'm okay. They just don't have the proper walls or doors, is what it is. They can build the wall if they want. I only need the one. Getting dangerously close to Dondoria. More food. This already has decorations, eh? Yeah. Gonna have to switch statues at some point too. Now, struggle to fit a building in here, even though the two roads don't matter at all. We'll probably need... we won't need more housing, because we just put basements everywhere. Yeah, there's vacant houses. We have 2.4 thousand vacant houses. We don't need anything. We're going to hit the next level at 6K. Which, I mean, we can do. Everyone else is set to 1111. A new level, Sorax Ray. So you get 12 more noble promotions now. You get a bit of free science too, actually, which I forgot about. But the noble promotions are used to boost your stuff, right? So we've gotten way more paper makers now, right? So right now we're making 190 net positive a day, or 782 total. She's boosting 150 out of our 260 workers. Now she's boosting 250 out of 260. So we're making 938 or 345 net positive. He's boosting everything. I'm not really boosting the furniture. It was redline. Although it's not now. I just spent it all. I'd like to save all of these for taking world territories, which is what this is. This gives you government points. We just got a ton of them. I could fix the furniture. Bang. Furniture. But now we have a bunch more of these points, which are what you use to upgrade your cities. So I could go through and make this into a tier 4 city, for instance, if I wanted more diamonds, which we might. That's actually a good candidate too. See, it's tier 3 and it only has one land upgrade. Because it's almost 100%. This one's 95%. Area times moisture is like total size. So this one would be really cheap to upgrade to 1.2 thousand people. It might only need this. And then that one might be able to be upgraded. Wow, my voice, man. More Valor, we'll see. If it's 1,201, it gets upgraded. If it's 1,200 exactly, it doesn't. Read to functional fridges, steam engine, electricity, rampant imperialism. Force them to run rubber farms. Figure out how to use the rubber. Yeah, skipping the cruelty. That's what I'm trying to do, see? We're being super nice to everybody. They're just being cruel to each other. It's not me. I'm being very fair. I guess that depends who you ask in the city, though. Probably really depends where you ask. Who you ask. But I think we'll probably call it there for the day. We did just hit the new level. I'll be back streaming tonight. I'm not sure what I'm streaming tonight. We'll go with my super original titles. If you're watching the VOD, appreciate follow or subscribe. YouTube's almost at the point where they pay me, which is nice. Save first. I just saved. Isn't that the dilemma? Save first. I just saved, but I have to clip it. I have to click it. But yeah, I'm gonna call it there for the day. Find somebody to raid out to on Twitch, as usual. I don't think you can raid on YouTube. So you guys are on your own. Probably end the VOD there. See if anyone else is playing songs for 6. But yeah, guys, thank you all for watching. Appreciate it. And I'll see a lot of you tonight. Some of you never, and others next week. Cheers.